Black Friday. You can sleep better.
All over the region.
Retailers are calling this their 149,000 stores offering sales in the cash sales changing hands starting on
New York.
hit the stores. The flu season is off to its earliest
Appears to be a previously unknown variant of the flu, suspected catching many experts off guard.
Today I was feeling like maybe
Back on the breaking news, leading with unconfirmed reports of a smallpox outbreak.
Is a highly rehearsed scenario.
And National Guard units converging on a hospital in central
Manhattan. The bridges are closed. It's smallpox is a very real danger.
It's more than Ebola.
There's not enough vaccines.
Let me stop you there. This is not a panic situation.
An entire American city was
known as the Green Poison, Central Park has been converted to a mass burial ground.
Power outages, gas line leaks, fires. The government.
We're expecting another night of widespread looting.
The people of New York are begging.
What would have happened?
Any available units. Fire and house in the
our first responders are either dead
No resources available.
They're treated like animals.
It's not our job. We're not trained for that.
Following Black Friday, retail's busiest day of the year, a number of people began getting sick, and it was spreading fast. Initially, the symptoms were mistaken for a severe case of the flu. However, when people started dying from it, medical personnel quickly began investigating and eventually discovered that it seemed to be an outbreak of the previously eradicated smallpox virus. To combat the outbreak, the smallpox vaccine was distributed to the public. But unfortunately, the vaccine was quickly proven ineffective. And devastatingly, things were about to get a whole lot worse. The city's infrastructure was starting to break down, hospitals were becoming overloaded, and the New York police force was struggling to maintain the peace. On top of this, a number of gangs of rioters were starting to carve out their own territories in the city. Eventually, the government assembled a new line of defense, hoping to help maintain order. This group was composed of the police, firefighters, civil volunteers, and the National Guard, and they were known as the Joint Task Force, or JTF. Their job, to stop the spread of the virus and uphold order within the city. The plan was simple. All known infected individuals would be relocated to the center of the city, separate from the healthy. And in order to stop these people from leaving and mixing with the public, a large wall would be built around the quarantine area. This way, the spread would be contained, and they would be in a better position to get the appropriate personnel and bring them directly to where the help was needed. But eventually, the situation got worse, and more than what the JTF could handle. And the sickness too was starting to affect their numbers. Then, one of the private military contractors brought in to help them keep the peace, known as the Last Man Battalion, cut ties with the JTF and started taking control of parts of the city for themselves. On top of this, and the general rioters, whose numbers were only growing, there were a number of other hostile factions starting to rise up within the city. The cleaners originated as the blue-collar workers of New York City. Janitors, sanitation, garbage men, electricians, construction workers, truck drivers. These were the people that the government originally asked to assist in saving the city through transport, digging of mass graves, and eventually the construction of the wall that would surround the quarantine zone. These are the groups that continued to support the civil services when the city infrastructure was breaking down. Unfortunately, these are also some of the people that were left behind when the JTF and government pulled out of the Dark Zone. And much like the first wave division agents, these men were left feeling betrayed and abandoned. It was at this point that an individual by the name of Joe Ferro steps up and organizes these abandoned workers into a force that would do what was needed to contain the virus and restore order to the streets of New York City. Before the outbreak, Joe Ferro lived and worked in Manhattan with his wife as a sanitation worker. He was a family-orientated man, a devout husband, and he cared deeply for his niece. He was always particularly vocal about his opinions and frequently called in to the live radio broadcasts to share his point of view to the American public. When the dollar flu outbreak first hit, His wife was one of the first victims to become infected, and shortly after, succumbed to the virus. After this, his mindset towards the country and the government started to change. He calls in to a radio broadcaster.
Sounds like we have an old timer on the line, Joseph Farrell. Hey Joe, what's your take on the dollar flu?
I think this really shows how vulnerable this country is. I mean, how stupid you have to be not to go to the hospital when you're sick as a dog. We got people going to work, to the supermarket, even to the goddamn movies, infecting thousands of other people out of pure ignorance. I'm telling you, this is gonna blow up big time. Just because most people are too damn stupid to realize what's going on. There's no one with the balls, not the government, not nobody, and the brains to do what's gotta be done to keep this from spreading.
Sorry to cut you off there, Joe. Thanks as always for your thoughts.
As more and more people started to get infected, and more bodies started lining the streets, Pharaoh's mental state continued to slide. With his wife now dead, he continues to think that the government isn't doing anything to stop the virus. His thoughts are that no one else is brave enough to do anything about it. With all of his faith in the government lost, he decides to take matters into his own hands. He assembles the men and women who worked alongside the JTF and the government before they left. He proceeds to tell them that there is now only one way to stop the virus. Burn it. Burn all of it. Burn every trace of it. And thus, the Cleaners were born. Unlike a number of the other factions, the Cleaners were assembled with the intention of doing good. Pharaoh strongly believes that they are the true heroes fighting against the virus on the front lines. He is constantly stating that they are the ones leaving everything they had behind, just so they can stay in New York and do what has to be done. Because of his wife, Pharaoh has seen what the virus can do firsthand, and he is convinced that there is no saving people once they're infected. Given that the government has fled the quarantine zone, he decides that it's up to him and the Cleaners to stop the virus and get control back of the city, and that there is no one else brave enough to take the necessary steps to stop this thing once and for all. Not only is he convinced that they're the good guys, but he continues to convince others too. His followers hold a lot of respect for him because of the commitment and dedication to his goals. Through Pharaoh's guidance, the Cleaners' weapon of choice is fire. Fire is the ultimate cleaning tool, so everything that has come in contact with the virus must burn. From pieces and parts they find laying about, they create their signature weapon, the flamethrower. They develop a recipe for napalm, and they construct their own hazmat suits. Their goal, to purify the city by burning away impurities and corruption. The Cleaners are devoted to the job, and if anyone gets in their way, they're a part of the problem, and are swiftly dealt to. They travel from area to area, cleansing the streets. If there is any evidence of contamination, they won't hesitate in setting ablaze cars or even buildings full of people, as in their eyes the sick are already dead, and they're doing humanity a favor by stopping the spread of the virus. However, there are a couple of problems with this method of purifying and cleansing of the virus. Firstly, the Cleaners can't really tell if people are infected. They're no doctors. They're just looking out for the smallest thing that could be a sign. Feeling a little run down and showing signs of fatigue? Too bad. Better safe than sorry. And secondly, as JTF neurologist Jessica Kendall mentions, their methods are actually making the situation far worse. From a neurologist's point of view, the goal of wiping out the virus by burning everything in sight actually severely hinders any efforts towards creating a vaccine to help keep it from spreading.
Is that it? Now let me call it in. Dispatch is car 2-4. We have visual on unit 5-5. Looks abandoned, over.
Copy that, over.
Mother of Christ! Shit, they're behind us! Forget it, just go! Now, now! Dispatch, this is car 2-4. We are open.
Car 2-4, what's going on out there?
Dispatch, this is car 2-4. We are... We gotta get back up!
Rikers Island is New York City's main jail complex. The island is home to one of the world's largest correctional facilities and mental institutions, and has an average population of 10,000 inmates at any time. Rikers has a reputation for abuse and neglect, and is ranked as one of the worst correctional facilities in the United States. Following the outbreak of the green poison, prison guards stopped coming into work, and a number of the ones who did turn up were sick with the virus. Medical support and supplies were cut off from the island, as the general consensus from officials and the public was that resources would be better spent on the public in the mainland. Essentially, the prisons were being left to fend for themselves until the situation had been dealt with. The inmate population was compiled of various gang members, but given the situation, they decided to unite under a single leader, and as one unit, they were able to organize an escape from the island. But how did they escape Rikers Island? The reduced guard presence made it relatively easy for the guards to be overpowered. Taking the guards as hostages allowed them to make their way through security, and once they had a clear run of the island, anyone with a badge was executed in a bloody, brutal fashion. This new collaboration was a group of thieves and murderers. Their main objective was simple: enact revenge on authorities and kill everyone with a uniform, especially the JTF. The next challenge was how they would get off the island and onto the mainland. The leader of this group of inmates, Larry Barrett, had discovered an administrator of the prison had a bit of a thing for her, and through this relationship, the administrator had organized a barge so they could sail away into the sunset together. But this relationship didn't last long. As soon as the plan was set in motion, Barrett cut the administrator's throat, and this was the precedence of how the Rikers would gain their dominance over New York City. What they lack in technology and training, they more than make up with violence and aggression. Their goal, to take advantage of the current situation in New York and claim ownership for themselves, while slaughtering as many uniformed authorities as possible. Barrett was imprisoned at Rikers Island for double murder. She is treacherous, ruthless, and unforgiving. She shows no remorse for her actions and despises authority of any kind. It was Barrett who convinced the inmates to join up, stating that together their numbers would dominate, but separately they would quickly be put back under the thumb of the government. She is a very intimidating presence, torturing both captured JTF officers and rebellious Rikers to bring the gang into compliance. Her followers do so under fear. If you're not with her, you're against her, and will meet the same fate as the authority figures that she hates so much. Once establishing themselves in Manhattan, the Rikers had no problems boosting their numbers even further, as local gangs heard about their movement and were eager to join the cause. With this influx of new recruits, some power struggles began to emerge. This, however, was kept at bay by Barrett. Her powerful leadership of their members showed that the Rikers gang is not to be messed with. Barrett encouraged brutality towards the JTF by telling her followers of the government's plan to leave them to starve and die on Rikers Island, and that they must be punished in the most horrific way. The Rikers were getting creative with their methods. They were making a statement, and it was becoming a game, a sport. The majority of Rikers' gear are from the clothing of uniformed officers that have been killed, as well as the bulletproof armor and weapons. Survival wasn't so easy on the mainland. A lot of the food and water had already been pillaged by rioters and the civilians in need. Fortunately for the Rikers, the growing rumors of Barrett's brutality and ruthlessness were able to be used to secure supplies for the members. As the JTF withdrew from the streets of Manhattan, the Rikers quickly flooded in behind them, quickly seizing control of entire neighborhoods.
I want to join up with you guys, I swear. I know things.
Take him to the captain. See if he sticks.
Roger that. On your feet, you. You will regret this. You there!
Hey! Give me that!
This is New York, the home of Wall Street, the largest and the most prestigious stock market in the world. These large Wall Street companies wanted to ensure that their assets are being protected during the outbreak. Watching the situation quickly escalate, they predict that the government wasn't going to be able to keep the peace for long, so they brought in some outside help to defend their various corporate interests. And this is where we're introduced to the Last Man Battalion. The Last Man Battalion, or LMB, are a private military company made up of US military veterans who were brought on board by their leader, Charles Bliss, who himself was a former US Army officer. Charles Bliss was a lieutenant colonel in the United States Armed Forces. He was proud of the uniform, and he knew from the moment that he first put it on that he would continue to serve long after he left the military behind. Bliss leads with an iron fist. Duty, honor, strength. These are just a few words that one could use to describe his character. He is respected by his men, who would follow him to the gates of hell if he asked it of them. After he retired from the armed forces, he decided to work in the private security sector, and this is when he founded the Last Man Battalion. In the early days of the outbreak, Bliss was contacted by one of the corporate leaders of Wall Street. After convincing several corporations to employ his forces, the LMB were deployed in Manhattan with the goal of protecting their physical assets by any means until the situation had been resolved and the city was back to normal. As the crisis worsened, many of these companies left the city, but the LMB remained and continued to protect the sites. As time went by, Bliss and his forces saw the city go from bad to worse. Sick of the indecisive local authorities and the government's complete lack of ability to control the situation, Bliss was growing tired of standing by and watching the city fall into complete chaos. By the time that the general public realized that this was more than just a bad flu outbreak, Bliss had come to the conclusion that there was no point in handing over his men's lives in order to protect some physical assets, because at the rate things were going, there would be no one coming back to use them. After the JTF withdrew from the city, Bliss decided that it was up to the LMB to restore order to New York. He broke his contract with his Wall Street employers and proceeded to disobey direct orders, which ended up with him executing a JTF official. This action had Bliss and his entire company labelled as mutineers and enemies of the government. Convinced that not just New York, but the whole country will collapse under the spread of the virus, Bliss tells his people that the LMB will use any and all means necessary to make sure they and the city survived, but only the strong-handed could salvage and restore what is left. With the financial backing now gone, Bliss would now have to assess the available resources and plan every step of the way. The LMB were running the area, demanding absolute control with zero tolerance for disobedience or differing point of view. Any dissent or even questioning of the LMB operations would result in instant retaliation, with even minor incidents resulting in death at the hands of the LMB soldiers. In an attempt to keep numbers boosted, the LMB would often kidnap JTF and members of other factions they saw as beneficial to their cause, and give them the option of joining up or being killed. The Strategic Homeland Division, referred to as the Division, is a classified unit of highly trained, self-supportive tactical agents who live unobtrusively among us. The main objective of the Division is to ensure the continuity of government in case of catastrophic emergency. Released in waves, Division agents are activated when all other forms of public protection have failed. They are the last line of defense. Dating back to 2001, Operation Dark Winter was the codename for a bioterrorist attack simulation. It was designed to carry out a mock version of a covert and widespread smallpox attack on the United States. Dark Winter was focused on evaluating the inadequacies of a national emergency response during the use of a biological weapon against the American population. The exercise was solely intended to establish preventative measures and response strategies by increasing governmental and public awareness of the magnitude and potential of such a threat. The simulated scenario involved an initial smallpox attack on Oklahoma City, with additional smallpox attacks on Georgia and Pennsylvania. The simulation was then designed to spiral out of control. This would create a situation in which the National Security Council would struggle to determine both the origin of the attack as well as deal with the containment of the virus by not being able to keep pace at the rate at which the disease was able to spread. A new issue emerges in which massive civilian casualties would overwhelm America's emergency response capabilities. The disastrous contingencies that would result in such a massive loss of civilian life were used to exploit the weaknesses of the US healthcare infrastructure and its inability to handle such a threat. The contingencies were also meant to address the widespread panic that would emerge, which would result in mass social breakdown and mob violence. Dark Winter outlines several key findings on top of the possibility of mass civilian casualties, breakdowns, and essential institutions, resulted in the loss of confidence in government, in turn leading to civil disorder and a violation of democratic processes by authorities attempting to restore order. Shortages of vaccines and other drugs affected the response available to contain the epidemic, as well as the ability of political leaders to offer reassurance to the public. This led to great public anxiety, and it had a significant effect on the decisions taken by the political leadership. Due to the institutionally limited surge capacity of the American healthcare system, hospitals quickly would have been overwhelmed and rendered effectively inoperable by a sudden and continued influx of new cases. This was only made worse by patients with common illnesses who feared they might have smallpox, and people who were otherwise healthy but concerned about the possible exposure. The challenges of making a correct diagnosis and rationing the limited resources combined with the shortages of healthcare staff, who were themselves worried about becoming infected, impose a huge burden on the healthcare system. Also, the ability to reassure and educate the general public in this potential crisis failed on a surprising level. Strategy has differed on the best path to maintain order if such an attack occurred. If Operation Dark Winter had been an actual attack, the US government was woefully unprepared. The outcome of Operation Dark Winter led to the Bush administration to pass the National Security and Homeland Security Presidential Directive, otherwise known as Directive 51. Directive 51's purpose is to maintain continuity of government in the event of catastrophic emergency, defined as any incident, regardless of the location, that results in extraordinary levels of mass casualties, damage, or disruption, severely impacting the US population, infrastructure, environment, economy, or government functions. The directive contains annexes so classified, even members of Congress on the Homeland Security Committee are denied access to them. It grants the President draconian powers, including the suspension of all elections, the complete subordination of federal and local government departments to the executive branch, and the extension of military command into civilian life. Part of the continuity of government plans could include the creation of secret, autonomous military cells with no rules of engagement, dispersed throughout society, going about their normal lives waiting to be activated by the outbreak of an emergency, like a pandemic. Other influences to the program came from events like the NATO Stay Behind covert cells. These were established across Europe by MI6 during the Second World War to prepare for the possibility of an imminent Soviet attack, established as sleeper cells that would quickly spring into action if the USSR decided to force its way into Europe during the Cold War. They were also so secret that even national governments knew nothing about their existence. National Security Presidential Directive 51, or Directive 51, was quietly posted on the White House website on May 9, 2007. This was not the first secretive directive that a President of the United States has signed, but it was the first to have had a small portion of it made available to the public. Portions that were made public referred to a separation of powers of each of the branches of government, making each of the branches possible of maintaining government without coordinating with the other branches to uphold the framework of the Constitution. Division agents live a normal life, secretly within many different areas of society. They continue to live ordinary lives until the moment they are activated. The division shouldn't be compared to an elite military unit in the traditional sense, where military units are trained for specific tasks and missions. The division are a civilian agency whose members lay dormant until Directive 51 is activated. Officially, according to the US federal government, the Strategic Homeland Division is formally listed as part of the Department of Homeland Security. However, they report directly to the President of the United States and only commence field operations when activated by the National Security Presidential Directive 51. The Strategic Homeland Division is led by a board of directors. There isn't a single centralized facility that everything is run through, because the SHD has been put in place as a unit that activates in time of catastrophic emergency. Having a single headquarters would leave them vulnerable to attack or disaster of some kind. Instead, the rule of three is applied. The Division HQ is located in 3 identical bunker facilities called cores. Each core is independently operated and managed by a director with a seat on the board. All 3 cores are located through the center of the country in South Dakota, Kansas, and Texas. Each corps handles routine management and administrative duties during peacetime, but is able to transform instantly after Directive 51 activation, where they would coordinate intelligence and logistics across the division network. Within the division, there are 3 main departments: research and development, support, and operations. The division's R&D department builds and supports high-level technical solutions for all agency field personnel. They are responsible for the development of SHD technology. The R&D group also maintains the agency's weapons, field equipment, operations and gear. To avoid political intervention and to keep the organization as covert as possible, the R&D department operates out of a number of dummy companies. The research and development branch is always active. The division support group handles routine tasks related to the organization's management, like communications, finance, and human resources. However, in times of activation, the support department also performs key mission-critical functions, such as intelligence analysis and logistical planning. The organizational management of the support department is always active. The operations department coordinates the deployment and fieldwork of the sleeper agents. Other than top-secret covert training exercises, agents do not engage in fieldwork until Directive 51 is invoked. Operations is divided into 3 branches: internal affairs, strategic, and tactical. The ideal division agent is loyal, able, versatile, and fit. Quick thinking, the ability to make tough decisions when needed, and adept problem-solving skills. are just some of what the agency is looking for when recruiting a new agent. Another valuable attribute needed for a division agent is that they are self-sacrificing and always put others before themselves. For this reason, candidates should have a background in community or enforcement areas like healthcare, military, law enforcement, and rescue services. But working in these fields certainly isn't a requirement. Agents of the division are required to be able to execute a wide range of tasks. They must be creative, versatile, independent, and capable of operating outside of the standard rules of engagement. And because of this, the Strategic Homeland Division seeks personnel who come from a number of areas in society. As long as they are strong in the attributes stated earlier, having the diversity of skills within each cell of agents only adds to the overall effectiveness of the group. As hidden agents among society, they are often activated with very little knowledge of what's happening behind the scenes. They are free to determine their mission priorities and are only bound by their oath of service and are only regulated by the internal affairs branch of the division's operations group. Once activated and then deployed, a division agent outranks all other tactical units in the field. This authority allows agents to bypass laws, regulations, and jurisdictional boundaries as needed. They can freely organize local assets, whether it be civilian or military, to help address local needs. The division recruiters are granted access to a vast database of restricted information on citizens collected by the United States intelligence community. This access allows them to choose from a huge pool of prospective agents by filtering them through based on the positions and requirements put in place. Once a candidate has been targeted, a highly classified vetting process begins. Internal Affairs does a background check, including comprehensive financial and medical, work history, and extensive surveillance of social media networks. If the candidate makes it through this first line of vetting, an experienced division agent makes contact to organize an interview. If the candidate shows a keen interest in national service and understands the need for absolute secrecy, they are then moved on to the rigorous round of assessments. For candidates that make it this far, there are a number of tests they are put through. Agency psychologists would run them through an extensive number of performance assessments, including virtual reality mission simulators, to see how they would react in different situations. These personal interviews would also put the candidate through a number of cognitive and psychological assessments. The results of this testing produces a comprehensive candidate evaluation report on each prospective agent. This report then scores the candidate in each of the following fields: loyalty, mental resilience, judgment and decision-making, field leadership, adaptability, problem-solving and ability to improvise, technical skills and aptitude, commitment to peak physical fitness, immune system health, and raw survival instincts. Throughout this testing, the most important piece that has been monitored is mental strength, far more than physical strength. These agents are potentially being placed in a situation where they are being pushed to their absolute limits mentally. Survival and crisis management is a mind game. They need to be able to handle it. Not all candidates have combat experience, which isn't a deal breaker, but every agent must exhibit the ability to be trained and prepare for the absolute worst case scenario. Only at this point candidates are considered recruits. Now comes the grueling process of full physical and technical readiness training. However, due to the secretive nature of the role, this can be difficult to achieve. This process is highly demanding, yet it cannot put recruits in situations where suspicion could compromise their cover. So for this reason, most training is disguised and worked into the recruit's daily life. Examples of this training is exclusive black belt only training classes at neighborhood martial arts studios, high-intensity workouts at a local cross-training gym with special instructors who happen to be division trainers, advanced firearm classes, or technology courses at local community colleges, again, all taught by division experts and attended by other recruits or active agents. The division works closely with every agent to develop effective and credible cover stories for all of these activities. New division agents are slowly brought into the process of day-to-day division agent life. This is to further protect the secrets of the Strategic Homeland Division. During the first 6 months of training, each agent is re-evaluated weekly for progress, including mental strength and psychological stability. It could take up to 12 months of intense training before a new agent is opened up to the division's true purpose. Eventually, recruits earn top security clearance and are certified by Internal Affairs as active agents. But it doesn't stop here. Agents are expected to maintain year-round training for the length of their service. Basic survival skills, combat, and intelligence training is required to be honed through regular practice and exercise. The general consensus is that agents are devoting their spare time to training and preparation. The support department contacts civilian instructors to provide specialist training and advanced group exercises on a regular basis. On top of this, each local cell of agents are expected to coordinate and perform similar exercises and training sessions. Once the initial training is complete, new division agents continue with their daily lives and functioning as normal members of society. Agents live where they will operate once activated, allowing for quick response times and removing the need for redeployment. The status of division agents is considered a state secret and is classified at the highest level. Identities and training protocols are only known to the most senior members in the Pentagon. Even high-ranking government officials aren't privy to this information. Division agents are drawn straight from society, trained up, and then put right back where they left off. Agents are from all across the country and come from a variety of different workplaces in society. They could be police officers, paramedics, construction workers. They could even be the guy selling hot dogs on the corner of the street. Because of the requirement of absolute secrecy around the division's existence, it could be quite a challenge for agents who are rejoining society. This can only be made harder with the constant ongoing training and personal development. After activation, all agents have 2 hours to report to the designated rally point. As part of the training, division agents spend months preparing for this very moment. Critical emphasis is placed on being ready both physically and psychologically, with only a short window to react. A large piece of the preparation is the upkeep and maintenance of the division-issued go bag. This backpack should be stocked with weapons and enough basic supplies to last a minimum of 72 hours in the field. This includes water, food, medical items, ammunition, protective equipment, tools, gas mask, emergency blanket, and any other basic mission essential equipment. Depending on the level of training and the time spent in preparation, agents will modify this kit based on individual needs and expertise. The go bag is the division agent's lifeline and is to be kept close at all times. With careful planning, a lot of the gear included is multi-use and is equipped keeping in mind that the agent still needs to be quick and agile, rather than being weighted down. For example, instead of carrying water, agents will stock up on water purification tablets or a purification bottle, rather than lugging around the extra weight of bottled water. As part of their training, agents in the field will keep an eye out for any materials that could help them with repair or upgrade weapons and equipment. For example, wire, duct tape, electrical parts, and fabric. One of the most important things to be included in the go bag are the medications and first aid supplies. Once agents successfully make it through the vetting process, they're immediately run through a full series of vaccinations. This is referred to as the cocktail, but they're also given priority access to all of the latest antiviral medications available. All of this combined with the cocktail makes agents out in the field considerably more resistant to diseases, even ones that currently have no functional vaccine or cure yet. Agents can often be deployed with little information, no backup, no logistical support, so it's up to them to ensure the supplies last and are being restocked when possible. Directive 51's Continuity Annex grants every division agent the freedom to procure any item from any location as long as the item is not currently in the direct physical possession of a civilian or friendly unit. This legal right of procurement overrides all local anti-looting laws. Regardless of reason for activation, division agents must be equipped to be able to not just deal damage, but take it. There is the chance that no matter the mission, an agent will likely take a bullet in one way or another. For survivability, the Strategic Homeland Division has your basic set of protective wearables, but at the same time, much like the go bag, agents are trained to search the environment for items that could be used to upgrade or replace their current gear, depending on each agent's expertise. The type of gear that is chosen can vary quite considerably. All agents carry some form of mask for protection against dust and contaminants, and most agents can be seen wearing some sort of body armor, protective gloves, and knee pads. In order to avoid trouble with other agencies and departments, division agents are also equipped with means to identify themselves as government officials. One of the Strategic Homeland Division's greatest weapons is the state-of-the-art technology developed by the SHD itself, SHD Tech or SHD Tech. Linked up to the SHD Global Satellite Network, SHD Tech provides high-value real-time intelligence for division agents engaged in field operations. Produced by the division's R&D team, SHD Tech is usually a term used for all proprietary assets and systems that are created and deployed by the division. This includes turrets, drones, seeker mines, and some of the most impressive augmented reality systems ever created. The division network links all dedicated assets controlled by the division, like drones and telecom satellites, It piggybacks onto existing civil, commercial, and military network structures, like cell phone towers, Wi-Fi hotspots, and radio navigation satellites. This all creates a seamless global web of connectivity. In the case of catastrophic emergency, this allows the reliability of the SHD network. This is crucial, as the SHD network connects all field agents to the Division HQ and the strategic government decision makers. ISAC is a highly advanced artificial intelligence that is available to all Division agents. ISAC provides key operational services to every agent, including communications, analytics, remote data collection and retrieval, weather information, and interaction with other technologies. ISAC can sort and analyze field sensor information to provide technical support, relay alerts and updates, identify human targets or contacts via biometric markers, and set waypoints to objectives. ISAC was developed by DARPA. Every Division agent is linked to the SHD network via their personal ISAC assistant. The agent's powerful computer network is routed globally through an array of dedicated Intel satellites in orbit. The sophisticated network systems track and record every Division agent, recording every encounter and generating field data to create a shared picture for informed analysis at all levels. For an agent in the field, one of the most important functions that the network can provide is the timely identification of units during field encounters. ISAC draws from network databases to generate a nearly flawless color-coded friend or foe recognition system. The affiliation and the status of the unit is then displayed directly onto the agent's HUD. In the rare instance where the network goes dark and the friend or foe system does not work, the agents are reminded to proceed with extreme caution. Probably the most iconic piece of Division gear is also one of the most important. Linked up to the transceiver worn on the agent's backpack, the smartwatch is the direct line to ISAC and the SHD network. The smartwatch has the basic functionality of a military-grade PDA, but it also includes communication, both peer-to-peer and wideband, data collection analysis, enhanced situational awareness, electronic aggregation pulse, augmented reality enhancement, Scantech contact lenses, and drone controller interfaces. This device gives the Division agents the ability to communicate with fellow field agents and HQ, scan objects and identify field targets, hack communication systems, electric locks and computers, and scan themselves for injury. With the watch's built-in medical evaluation app, the smartwatch also contains a special sensor that is constantly scanning the environment for physical, chemical, and biological elements. Scantech contact lenses connected through the smartwatch allows ISAC to project an augmented reality heads-up display directly over the agent's field of vision. The AR HUD is synced to the environment using ISAC's sensors. These sensors help recognize and display indicators and readouts like threats and the tasks at hand. Hostile forces glow red, allies are marked by a green health scan bar, and directional markers can be seen hovering in the air, leading to the next objective. Scantech lenses include sensors that generate power from eye movements. This allows the lenses to charge and store energy as needed. Every Division agent is custom fitted with a set of silicon tip earpieces to retrieve audio communication, as well as ISAC's situational feedback. The auto-charging buds feature rubber guards to protect ears from flashbang damage or from other loud noises. All earpieces are connected wirelessly to the smartwatch. ISAC collects data from local devices and sources, such as smartphones, surveillance cameras, satellites, drones, and computers. Once it's sampled and rendered, 3D holographic images are projected onto the agent's AR HUD lens. The images include audio of certain events and sometimes identifying information about the individuals included. This technique is called Echo, and it serves as a useful source in mapping out environments, as well as tracing hostile movements, missing persons, or hidden caches of supplies and equipment. As the JTF and Sierra started losing grip on control of the situation, while the virus continued to spread, causing panic, rioting, looting, and the uprising of hostile groups. This is when the first wave of strategic Homeland Division agents were activated. Their goal, to assist the JTF and regain control of the city. Unfortunately, it was too late. Shortly after the first wave Division agents were released into the Dark Zone, Sierra and the JTF pulled out, leaving behind supplies, medicine, weapons, thousands of infected, and the first wave agents. Abandoned and cut off from the outside world, many agents succumbed to the virus or were killed by the growing hostile factions within the quarantine zone. Understandably, the first wave agents were unhappy with how things had been handled by Sierra, the JTF, and the government. And this is where we're introduced to a prominent figure in the Division storyline, Aaron Keener. Aaron Keener was a first-wave agent who, after the abandonment of the quarantine zone, became disillusioned with the government, its plan to save the city, and his role within the division.
Can't believe the bullshit that went down in the dark zone at the end there. I know. We had it. Everything I told them was dead on. They made us pull out anyway. And we left our dead behind. Yeah, we're not supposed to do that. Hang on a second. Look, we don't leave people behind. We're here to make sure this city doesn't get left behind. But the people we're working with, they're just fine with leaving all of us behind if it's convenient. Look, I don't agree with every decision that's been made, but I am saying it's time to leave them behind. Their model doesn't work anymore. If we're smart, we cut it loose before it drags us down, before it kills us. You're talking treason. I'm talking common sense. Look around, there's nothing left to save. The JTF is trying to save a Manhattan that doesn't exist anymore. It is all about power now. Power and survival. They are done, but I am not. And you won't be either. Not if you work with me.
Keener disavowed the division and went rogue. His first action after turning against the government was to recruit other first-wave agents into his new focus of survival and power. Any agents that refused were killed, causing other agents to cut communications and go into hiding. This is the event that triggered the second wave to be activated. Their goal was to investigate what happened and why the majority of the first wave had gone missing in action. Outside of their mandated mission of saving what remains, the second wave of division agents had a secondary goal of finding out what happened to the first wave. It was around this time that Aaron Keener met with Charles Bliss, the commanding officer of the Last Man Battalion. As the strongest faction in Manhattan, Keener wanted to make use of the LMB to help establish dominance, and Bliss was willing to work with Keener in order to gain further advantage of the other factions through his SHD technology. Together, Keener and Bliss launched many operations against the other factions, the JTF and the Division, one of the most notable being the destruction of a JTF helicopter that was carrying the Division's second wave commander, as well as the majority of the second wave Division agents. During this time, Keener was also running his own investigation into the dollar flu outbreak. It was around this time that the second wave discovered several bodies of first wave Division agents, and several clues and even CCTV footage that pointed to Aaron Keener and his involvement with the MIA agents. Smallpox is an acute, contagious viral disease that is estimated to have resulted in 300 to 500 million deaths throughout history. The initial symptoms include fever and vomiting. This is then followed by a formation of sores in the mouth and a skin rash. Over a number of days, the skin rash turns into characteristic fluid-filled bumps with a dent in the center. The bumps then scab over and fall off, leaving scars. The disease is spread between people or via contaminated objects. The risk of death following contracting the disease was about 30%, with higher rates among babies. Often those who survive have extensive scarring of their skin, and some are left blind. The earliest evidence of the disease dates back to the 3rd century BC in Egyptian mummies. In 18th century Europe, it is estimated that 400,000 deaths per year were because of the disease, and as recently as 1967, 15 million cases were reported in a single year. Following this, the World Health Organization intensified its efforts to eliminate the disease. The last naturally occurring case was diagnosed in October of 1977, and the World Health Organization certified the global eradication of the disease in 1980. The last cases of smallpox in the world occurred in an outbreak of 2 cases, one of which was fatal. In Birmingham, United Kingdom in 1978, a medical photographer, Janet Parker, contracted the disease at the University of Birmingham Medical School and died on the 11th of September 1978. All known stocks of the virus were subsequently destroyed or transferred to 2 World Health Organization designated laboratories, the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention and Russia's State Research Center of Virology and Biotechnology. The World Health Organization first recommended the destruction of the virus in 1986, but this kept getting postponed due to resistance from the US and Russia. In 2002, the World Health Assembly agreed to permit the temporary retention of the virus stocks for specific research purposes. The division were introduced to the virus well after it had taken hold of New York City and spread to other parts of the world. It shows all of the usual characteristics of smallpox, except for a couple of quite major differences. Firstly, it managed to spread among the population long before any symptoms started to show. And secondly, the mortality rate was considerably higher. The smallpox virus was nothing like the virus we'd seen throughout history. It was some new variation, some sort of superbug. But where did it come from, and why now? This is where we're introduced to the man behind it all, Dr. Gordon Amherst. Amherst was a calm, collected man. He would practically cause riots at lectures he would hold, and was otherwise considered an unpopular figure by virologists like Dr. Jessica Kendall. Gordon Amherst is the man behind the creation and outbreak of the dollar flu. His reasoning for creating and spreading the green poison was that humanity was too powerful on a global scale, and Mother Nature needed help in advancing her creations. Mankind is the greatest threat to the survival of the planet through their own greed, but he had the cure. Amherst obviously had a Darwinist point of view. Only the strong deserve to live, and his creation is the tool to ensure that this happens. But at the same time, he is willing and accepted that his death may come from his own creation. Gordon Amherst was friends with Vitaly Tchernenko and worked with him in Russian labs. Through this friendship, he had access to genetic libraries for many different pathogens, as well as Vitaly's research notes. He was able to modify the basic smallpox virus by combining it with several other dangerous diseases like Ebola and H1N1. On top of this, he also modified the genetic traits that controlled the incubation period so that it could spread even while it was incubating in the host. This made it particularly lethal, because by the time the host was showing symptoms, it had already spread to a significant number of others. Using a protein printer, Amherst was able to create the final form of this virus just in time for Black Friday, one of the United States' busiest retail days of the year. His plan was to spread this new virus via means that were most handled during the shopping holiday: money. Hence the name, the dollar flu. Before it was realized that it was smallpox, people took the epidemic for just a particularly bad version of the annual flu. Also, because medical personnel got sick too, the medical infrastructure quickly collapsed. Even once smallpox was discovered to be the base strain of the virus, the modifications made to it had known vaccines rendered useless when it came to the treatment of the sick. And the people capable of researching and developing a cure were likely also infected, making it difficult for an organized effort to be made. The lack of quarantine, treatment, and the changes made to the virus ultimately led to the dollar flu as being as widespread and lethal as Amherst had intended it to be. The main target that Amherst had in mind for the beginning of the end of mankind was the New York department store, Abel's. Being that it was Black Friday, Abel's was filled with eager shoppers ready to take advantage of the specials. Echo recordings show Amherst among the shoppers, handing over contaminated bills to the cashiers. These were the first victims of the dollar flu. From here, the bills transferred to multiple shoppers within Manhattan, and within hours, the airport, and then the rest of the world. It was from this point that we lost track of Dr. Gordon Amherst. He just vanished. Perhaps he was just sitting back watching the chaos unfold. The second wave division agent's #1 priority was to find Amherst before any more damage could be done, and have him explain what he did and how to stop the disease. Eventually, Amherst's fate was found. Only a short time into the outbreak, Amherst succumbed to his own creation. His body is found in an apartment building only a few hundred yards from the outpost on the Hudson River, where the first second wave agents first arrive in Manhattan. Slowly, the second wave division agents and the JTF were able to push back the hostile factions and regain control of the city. The second wave division agents first encountered the cleaners in an underground subway network. The cleaners were tasked with purifying the area by burning everything and everyone there. Although their goal was to retrieve Paul Rhodes, the division agents stopped the cleaners from achieving their task and were quickly eliminated from the site. The cleaners then attacked the Hudson refugee camp, but once again the division agents and the JTF managed to stop them before the entire site is put up in flames. From the information gathered, the division identified the source of the virus: Abel's department store. Agents were set forth to gather some samples of the original affected dollar bills, but the cleaners were already there, setting the entire mall ablaze. However, yet again, the superior training and equipment of the SHD agents pushed the cleaners back and were able to secure the samples. It was at this point that the division realized that the hostile faction known as the cleaners were far more organized than originally thought, and that they were not going anywhere. They needed to be dealt with. After the JTF had discovered the Cleaners' headquarters and that this was also their source of napalm production, the division agents were sent in to shut them down. The agents also found Joe Ferro himself. After a small conflict, the leader of the Cleaners was eventually killed off. With their source of napalm destroyed, their leader assassinated, the Cleaners were demoralized. But regardless, they continued to push on, believing deeply in the goals of doing what no one else has the guts to do. They showed their ingenuity by building their own superweapon, the Dragon, a fire truck, a literal fire truck with an enormous flamethrower and flaming mortar equipped. This would be used to clear out large areas and buildings more efficiently, allowing them to cover more ground. Although well defended, this too was intercepted by the division agents before it was ever able to be unleashed into Manhattan. After this defeat, the Cleaners scattered into smaller groups around New York City. Currently it's unknown who is leading them at the stage, if anyone. Regarding the Rikers, eventually enough was enough. The JTF had found where Larry Barrett and the Rikers had set up camp, and then sent in the division agents to take them down. The Rikers were using the Lexington Event Center as their HQ. The JTF officers that found the hideout were taken hostage, so the first step was to rescue the JTF and then shut down the Rikers by taking out Barrett. Immediately upon entering the event center, it was obvious that this had been used as an area to humiliate and torture the JTF.
Just a little game of pin the axe on the piggy.
How about 10 points if you get him in the arm?
5 for the hands! What do you say, 20 for the head? 30? Depends on how deep it goes in.
You know, that song, the one about the bridge. Damn, what is the name of that shit? You know, that guy sings it.
I can't even play piano, man. I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't be shy now, boys. Every party needs some music.
Wait! I used to be in a band. I think I know the one. Follow my lead.
Right song, wrong key.
After rescuing the hostages, JTF officers joined up with the second wave agents to assist in the final battle against a well-defended Barrett. Even in her last moments, Barrett continued to preach to her followers and show maximum disrespect towards the government and authority figures. Without Barrett, the Riker threat was considerably reduced and in-house fighting started while all were pushed into hiding. Even though she was not referenced much after her death, it's clear how much of an effect her death had on the Rikers. The planning and ruthless leadership of Barrett would never be replaced, but the Rikers were not down and out yet. Audio logs found in the underground show that the Rikers are now aware of the division's identity and express their hate towards them. The attack on the Lexington Event Center had them forced to retreat from the fancy apartments that they took over to the filthy conditions of the underground. They don't seem to be aware of the treason of the first wave agents, as the new leader of the Rikers talks about a mysterious speaker that smells like division, but still accepts the offering of weapons in return for attacking the quarantine center. The Rikers are continually looking for payback against the division, and this has been shown through encounters, including a massive attack that was launched on a news agency. It wasn't until the division picked up an SHD transponder signal that the LMB would next encounter the second wave agents. It was located in the basement of the New York Police Academy. The division pushed through an operation to receive the transponder and were met with heavy resistance from the LMB. Even with the rogue agents in their ranks, the LMB failed to defend the site, and at this stage, the division are now aware of the first wave agents working for the other side. Next, the JTF intercepted a signal coming from the Russian consulate. Vitaly Tronenko, a Russian scientist, claims to have information on the green poison, so the division agents were quickly sent in to extract him. However, Kina and the LMB were one step ahead. While the division agents were tied up with the LMB, rogue agents were able to escape with Vitaly. At this point, the LMB was starting to suffer. The communication hub at Queens Tunnel construction site was taken down by the division and JTF, and the Grand Central Station, which acted as a strategic forward base, also met an abrupt end at the hands of the agents. On top of this, the amount of supplies, ammunition, and manpower lost at these sites are now starting to be felt. The LMB are now being pushed back to their HQ, the United Nations building. It's there that alongside Bliss and Kina's rogue agents, that the LMB would make their last stand. The JTF and the division launched a huge attack, The majority of the LMB are killed in the UN building as division agents sweep through. It's then discovered that Keena's rogues have abandoned the LMB and have taken Vitelli with them after Keena betrays them and leaves the LMB for dead. Bliss is thrown into a state of rage, but he decides to deal with the second wave agents storming the compound before going after Keena. Bliss displays his true self, showing loyalty and honor by staying by his men and fighting to the death, rather than simply escaping from the complex in his personal helicopter. The division clears the LMB command and then pushes into direct combat with the leader of the Last Man Battalion. Bliss's helicopter would be shot down and destroyed, killing Bliss. The remaining LMB personnel evacuate the building, most going into hiding in the underground. After Bliss's death, the LMB has scattered across the city, but they're not down and out yet. Captain Perez takes position to continue Bliss's work. He rallies the remaining LMB forces and hits the Warrengate water treatment plant. There, they intercept JTF squad, who have discovered a functioning armoured personnel carrier. News of this reached the government. They decided that the best course of action would be to bomb the plant before the LMB took it out into the streets. The division disagreed, saying that the loss of the water treatment plant would only slow down the progress towards rebuilding the city. So they launched an attack against the LMB to shut them down before the government could blow up the building. After a lengthy battle, the agents were successful in stopping the LMB, taking down the APC with Captain Perez inside. It's unknown who is leading the LMB at this stage, but they continue to regroup and organize smaller attacks. With the recent deployment of both the division and the JTF to the West Side Pier to help secure the area, numerous smartphone messages have been found out in the field, with 5 of them being left behind by Keena himself. Keena states that he decided to broadcast his location in the West Side Piers in order to bring all hostile groups to the area. At this stage, they all seem to have some sort of feud with him, especially the LMB. This was to ensure that the division would be brought along in order to help keep their eyes off the prize. These messages revealed that Keena was indeed in the West Side Pier, hunting down a few things that he needed for his plans, given the fact that by now, according to him, both central and eastern Manhattan had been picked clean of anything useful to him. His views and feelings towards the government at this stage have only grown in intensity. He expresses his concerns and confusion on why the JTF and the division are wasting their time on helping people who aren't worth it, and that they should just be left behind. His last message states that he is well and truly gone, and also reveals that he's got his eyes set on not just the United States, but the world. The final thing that Keena says is that should any second wave agent who is able to understand and is willing to join his mission, not to bother looking for him. He would find them when the time was right. Although the hostile factions have now scattered and Aaron Keena is gone, the JTF and the division still have a lot of work to do in New York. The city is far from stable, and there is a lot of work ahead for them to rebuild. And then of course, there are the rumors of a new, far more powerful enemy that has been lurking in the background.
Okay.
Shut it! Someone check the perimeter!
See to those barricades, and have someone radio the patrols to be on the lookout for stragglers. Some of those bastards got away. I didn't expect another attack so soon. You okay? If this keeps up, we're gonna have to relocate. Come on, help me with this. We're stretched too thin to protect everyone here. Not again.
Get to the waterfront!
That can't be right. This is a distress code with coordinates for Washington, DC. How is this possible?
Get down!
Everybody get down! Someone has to stay. We can't just leave these people here. Whatever happened, it needs to be fixed or it's all over. You go! I'll do what I can here. Go!
Seven months have passed since the green poison outbreak and the events that unfolded in New York City. Division agents have continued on with their mission of saving what remains across the United States, when suddenly, their lifeline was severed. The SHD network, the backbone of their advanced technology and communications, goes dead, quickly followed by the backup protocol of a distress call that summons all agents to the nation's capital, Washington, DC. Agents from outside of DC make their way to the capital. Fighting through the city, they come across what remains of the Joint Task Force, who have set up their base of operations in the White House. SHD coordinators on site fill in the agents on what's happening throughout the city. 3 hostile factions are fighting for control. The Hyenas, a group that is composed of several gangs who have come together as one under the leadership of a council to take advantage of the chaos that is unfolding. The Outcasts, a group made up of the survivors from the Roosevelt Island quarantine zone. Their goal is to enact revenge on those responsible for their mistreatment and to the society that allowed it to happen. And the True Sons, a powerful group of ex-JTF who have lost faith in the government's ability to bring control to the situation at hand. The division agents get to work finding the fault to restore the SHD network, but before they can do this, new information comes to light. Somewhere in the city, there may in fact be a cure to the virus that started it all, but also that the previously assumed dead President Ellis may have survived the crash of Air Force One.
Okay, answer this one. Would you rather know when you're going to die or how you're going to die? Come on, you have to choose one. I just want to get out of this fucking rain. Who told you to stop digging?
A former JTF unit turned paramilitary warlords. The True Sons are trained, disciplined, and hell-bent on using their combat expertise and overwhelming firepower to eliminate all enemies and rivals in their pursuit of domination of Washington, DC. In their view, America was founded through bloodshed, and through bloodshed, a new society will rise. After the events of Black Friday, the dollar flu quickly found its way into Washington, DC. Amongst the chaos and panic, the JTF attempted to control the spread of the virus by setting up a quarantine on Roosevelt Island. Colonel Antoine Ridgway was given the responsibility to administer the quarantine and ensure that everything ran smoothly. He was there to make sure that the people were getting food and water and the medical help they needed. However, over time, Ridgway grew tired of witnessing the growing levels of tragedy and despair from the front lines. He started losing faith in the government and the JTF's ability to save Washington, DC. After coming to the conclusion that there was no way that anyone would survive if they were to continue with their current way of doing things, Ridgway decided it was up to him to make the hard calls and ensure the well-being of his men. Antoine Ridgway studied at the Reserve Officers Training Corps, a tertiary education-based program for training officers of the United States Armed Forces. Following on from this, he joined the Maryland National Guard, eventually achieving the rank of colonel. Ridgway also had a lucrative career as a salesperson and often uses the skills that he gained during this time to enhance his leadership style. Ridgway is ambitious and has a strong desire to lead. He will always dominate the conversation and expresses his concerns if he disagrees with people. When placed under intense pressure, he is in his element. He has no problems with dealing with the stress and can easily make quick decisions. During his time with the JTF, Ridgway was dutiful and possessed competent leadership and planning skills as he achieved the rank of colonel and was tasked with administrating the quarantine on Roosevelt Island. He can tolerate those who question his priorities, as he can easily persuade them into agreeing with them. However, Ridgway will not tolerate insubordination, and worse, desertion, and will personally execute those who try.
Strength and loyalty. Not just empty words, but the virtues I expect you to live by every day. The foundation upon which the true sun stands. We are at war. Our enemies are the hordes of degenerates who will see this city burn, and the failed remnants of a corrupt government. The same impotent government which lost our fine country to sickness and ruin. We will destroy them all. But we can only win this war if we stay true to the cause, and to each other. Loyalty is the glue that holds us together. Without it, our foundation will rot, crumble, and fall. So when I encounter disloyalty, where I find such rot, I must cut it out before it spreads.
Please, don't do this!
Now these soldiers swore the same oath as you did. They swore to be loyal to the cause. To me. They proved to be neither. Instead, they abandoned their posts and tried to sneak away in the night. They are oath breakers. They are deserters. We are at war. And in war, the punishment for desertion is death.
No, please, we were going to come back. We were going to...
As a strong believer in the need for authority and discipline, Ridgway decided to take matters in his own hands on Roosevelt Island. In frustration and fear for the city's future, he deployed guards around the quarantine with the order to not let anyone out. He started to redirect resources coming into the quarantine, letting people starve to death and withholding medicine. In his eyes, the sick and weak were already dead. So his number one priority became to secure the future of his own men.
Hold still. There you go. Better already.
What's his prognosis?
Colonel Ridgway, not good, sir. He took a bullet. We've tried penicillin, but his wound has festered. I thought morphine might ease his pain.
How's our supply cache?
Truthfully, sir, we're running low. And not just in supplies, but manpower, too. We've got civilians piling up outside the doors. Under these conditions, it's difficult to separate the infected from the healthy. The doctor's expecting a new shipment this afternoon, but it almost certainly won't be enough for everybody.
Pack all this up and move it out to the barracks.
But sir, we can't just...
Are you questioning my orders, trooper? Well?
No, sir. Right away, sir. What about the patient?
Put him back where you found him. He's a dead man anyway.
Ridgway's actions were tainted by his willingness to do whatever it took for the well-being of his soldiers and his repulsion of the sick. Due to the chaotic state of the city, he was able to abuse his authority for a long time before the commander of the JTF found out, and he was imprisoned.
This court determines that you, Colonel Antoine Ridgway, have been found guilty of violating the Uniform Code of Military Justice for the crimes of unlawful detention, failure to obey an order or regulation, and murder. You will therefore be stripped of all ranks and titles pertaining to your service in the armed forces and detained until further notice. Mr. Ridgway, would you like to make a final statement? Very well.
However, it didn't take long until loyal members of his unit freed him. In Ridgway's eyes, he had done nothing wrong. According to him, he was the only one with a realistic and viable solution to the situation. Therefore, the betrayal of his fellow officers filled him with rage and hate towards the JTF and federal government. As soon as he got out, he gathered men from his former unit in the stockade where he was held prisoner. Together they captured the JTF officers that had imprisoned him and held a symbolic tribunal for them, only to execute them all moments later. According to the True Sons, survival of the fittest is the only way to survive in Washington, DC. Due to their access to weapons, equipment, and expertise, the True Sons are now the top dogs in Washington, DC. This newfound power has made them into vicious and arrogant bullies. Intimidation, cruelty, and violence have become the key factors in the True Sons' paramilitary dictatorship. The True Sons do not think twice about making examples out of people to further ensure obedience. Either you join them or you die. Whoever and whatever stands in between the True Sons and General Ridgway's position as absolute rulers of Washington, DC will be eliminated. Ridgway has established a cult personality within his faction, as he self-promoted himself as general and has the fierce loyalty of those under his command. He also views himself and the True Sons as the only hope for restoring order in DC. The True Sons demand tribute from other settlements. Ridgway and his men believe it's mutually beneficial as the settlements get protection. In exchange, the True Sons get supplies, despite some settlements wanting nothing to do with the faction or believing the demands are too harsh. Consequently, Ridgway considers those who offer tribute, willing or by force, to be considered, by default, part of the True Sons, and thus, as his citizen, he expects them to obey.
General, there's a woman here. Says she's a representative of the theater settlement. Wants to speak with you.
What about?
She wants to negotiate.
Negotiate? Why would we want to negotiate with those people?
Stand by, sir. I'll ask her. Sir, she thinks a truce could be mutually beneficial.
Shoot her, Lieutenant.
Sir?
Shoot her and dump her body where those cowards will find it. And if anybody else comes to negotiate, shoot them too. Understood?
Yes, sir.
Being composed of former JTF members and possessing military-grade technology, training, and discipline, the True Sons are seen by other factions as the most dominant faction within DC, and thus the biggest threat. The Outcasts despise them for the quarantine and the treatment of them. The Hyenas have joined up with the Outcasts because of their war against the True Sons, and Echo shows that the Hyenas and Outcasts are willing to cooperate with each other to take out a squad of True Sons guarding a building.
I don't know how much longer I can hold us back! We can't let them take control of the building!
Multiple hostiles. I need reinforcements. We're taking fire. Hurry!
Fuck the True Sons! Burn them! Move your ass! We can't let the Outcasts take the building! I got him! Go! Go! Go!
I'm gonna hang back and let these morons annihilate each other. Then I'll clean up the leftovers.
The True Sons are actively at war with the Hyenas and appear to be on the offensive against them. The True Sons are hostile but not actively at war with Outcasts, and vice versa. An audio recording revealed that when the Outcasts overthrew and took control over the Roosevelt Island Quarantine Center, the JTF, before they became the True Sons, decided to monitor them rather than send more men to try and neutralize them. Early on, several True Sons left the group feeling that Ridgway's intentions were far too brutal. They went on to set up their own community where they could assist refugees, providing food and shelter, what they believed they should have been doing all along. The settlement, the castle, was one of the most active in the city, but due to failure to meet True Sons' demands, Ridgway eventually ordered the bombing of the community.
We had an agreement. You go your way and we go ours. It ain't that easy. You don't get to just walk away. Is that you talking or the Colonel? It's General Ridgway now. Look, you guys can go do your thing and we won't lift a finger to stop you. But we're done being part of it. We're going to stay right here in this castle and make our own way, and you'd best be okay with that. I'm not sure the General will be. Well, he knows where to find us. The castle is Sergeant Snow's territory, General Ridgway.
Mike Snow, Captain Wilson. He's a deserter. We don't address traitors by rank.
Sorry, sir. Word has it he's operating an open-door policy.
He was always weak.
They've got refugees crowding in by the hour. The worst this city has to offer. Nothing but degenerates and backstabbers.
And what good are they? That place will become a breeding ground for the virus. We must tackle the problem at the source. It's time to start cleaning up this city. Let's see how this DC-62 of yours holds up.
You good? You ready? All right, men. Emmeline will know of your courage. They all will.
Remember me, man.
Always, brother.
You're good. Stop him!
Survivors of a forced quarantine, fixated on revenge against a government who brutally imprisoned them, and a society that stood by and let it happen. The Outcasts are a cult of fanatical, sadistic survivors who seek to cause pain and suffering through any means necessary. Not long after the green poison found its way into Washington, DC, the JTF set up a quarantine on Roosevelt Island. The sick were brought here to give them a greater chance of receiving the medical treatment they needed, but also to assist in stopping the spread of the virus. Although they were essentially on lockdown, forced to stay on the island, a lot of them understood that this was for the best of intentions, for the safety of their families and the community around them. The JTF and medical staff ensured that they were properly fed and all necessary medical supplies were provided. It was just like a gated community, the exception being that they couldn't leave. Completely reliant on the personnel on the other side of the gates, they trusted and believed everything they needed would be provided. However, they also had no foresight into what was happening off the island. As the situation continued to slide on the mainland, the Roosevelt quarantine community had no idea. They just never saw it coming. The officer in charge of quarantining and safeguarding the people on the island was Colonel Antoine Ridgway. Ridgway could see what was happening on both sides. He witnessed firsthand the sick get sicker and their numbers increasing. Outside of Roosevelt Island, he watched as security forces quickly lost control of Washington DC and knew society was on the brink of collapse. As resources going to Roosevelt Island started to drop off, Ridgway decided enough was enough. The government was losing control of the city, the sick were a lost cause, and priorities needed to change drastically. He ordered his men to up the security detail around the island and strengthen the quarantine walls. However, it was his next action as commanding officer of Roosevelt Island that would change things forever, and for the community under his care. Ridgway ordered a cease on all supplies from entering the quarantine zone. No more food, water, or medicine was to be administered. He was leaving them to starve to death. Immediately, the consequences of this were felt within the quarantine zone. People noticed the medical personnel stopped visiting, and JTF members became non-compliant.
We're running out of food and water. We don't have enough blankets to go around.
Yeah, things are tough all over.
People are dying.
No shit, motherfucker. It's the fucking apocalypse.
I bet you're still getting rations.
Damn straight, I eat like a king.
You're diverting supplies meant for us, aren't you?
Don't look at me, man. I ain't diverting shit. I'm just trying to do my job.
As a period of time passes, starving and running out of ideas, a group within the quarantine discusses overthrowing their captives. They noticed a reduction of guard activity and decided to act on it.
They're afraid of us. We can use that against them. They have assault rifles that they can use against us. We're going to die here if we don't do something. Committing suicide isn't really solving the problem.
We can win if we take them by surprise. There's only a handful of guards left on the island.
Great. You're taking her side? There's only one side, and we're all on it. We were put here.
Rallying a number of people from the quarantine community, an individual called Emmeline Shaw managed to create an uprising to overthrow their captors.
Is this the one from the boat?
Yeah. Try jumping overboard. We fished him out of the river.
What happened to his nose?
He wouldn't stop jabbering.
Get that gag off him.
Fucking murderers! Now there's a pot talking to a kettle.
You know what happened here, don't you, soldier?
Colonel Ridgway was arrested for that. We were bringing you supplies.
You mean to tell me you never heard a single rumor about how bad things were here? Your guilt is clear.
Emmeline Shaw and her daughter were brought to the quarantine on Roosevelt Island early on in the outbreak. She was forcibly separated from her daughter during the quarantine, and she later learned that she had died due to mistreatment. The trauma of this event built the foundation of what would later lead to the birth of the Outcasts. Shaw is a charismatic yet manipulative speaker. She has a way of swaying others' opinions and playing on people's emotions, which trigger their wholehearted support regardless of all reason and rationale. Abandoned by the people who had sworn to protect them and the brilliant persuasiveness of their new leader Shaw, these survivors became united in their quest for survival and revenge against those who had wronged them. As their numbers grew, so did their voices, and in time it became easier to convince others to take up arms and support their cause. And once there were a number of followers involved, it only made it easier to convince others to take up arms. At a time where guard numbers were particularly low, Shaw rallied her newfound followers and supporters and broke free of the quarantine. Using whatever they could find, they took care of the remaining JTF forces on the island. While everyone was feeling empowered and free of the shackles put in place by the government, Shaw continued her preaching on the current situation they were in. How they were on their own, how the government left them to die, and that everyone else in society just sat back and let it happen. Any one of them could have made a stand and fought for them, but didn't. Therefore, they are as guilty as the government. We've all suffered losses. We've all been treated like feral animals. We need to make them suffer like we have. No one is exempt. Lacking the other factions' access to modern weapons, the Outcasts had to make do with what they had at their disposal. Examples of this are their homemade flamethrowers, Molotov cocktails, and their remote-controlled cars fitted with skill saw blades. On top of this, they can be seen using bows, assault rifles, close combat weapons, basically anything they can find or loot off other factions. To make it easier to identify each other, members of the group wear scarves, bandanas, shirts, and even hoods made from the yellow quarantine plastic taken from their camp. It was during this time that Shaw found out she is a rare asymptomatic carrier of the virus. She doesn't suffer from the side effects of the virus, but still carries it within her body and easily transmit it to others.
I didn't think it was possible for someone to be an asymptomatic carrier of smallpox. But green poison also isn't a natural strain of the virus.
But why do you need a blood sample?
We're going to use it.
To make a vaccine?
To make a weapon.
To infect people?
Of course.
Good.
This only adds to the cult-like behavior of the group that was starting to form around her. But also, it provides the Outcasts with a new strategy in their mission to create havoc in Washington DC. Basically, their main objective stays the same, except now, with Emmeline Shaw as their leader, they have an endless supply of the virus, and their strategy of how to inflict the most pain has changed. Their goal was to spread the dollar flu throughout the healthy citizens of the city, a second outbreak of the virus that started it all. The Outcasts roam the city and indiscriminately kill and infect other survivors as revenge for the mistreatment they suffered at the hands of the government while forcibly quarantined, especially the closest settlement, the campus. With this newfound weapon, the Outcasts started coming up with creative yet sadistic ways of infecting the healthy. In one instance, there was a leader nicknamed the Brutal who injected puppies with the green poison and then released them near an elementary school. The Outcast relationship with other hostile factions isn't particularly surprising. They loathe the True Sons. They were the ones who were directly involved with their imprisonment and suffering. Yet despite this, they're not actively at war with them. Perhaps there is an understanding there that they are simply too outgunned to take on the superior training and equipment of the True Sons. However, they can still be seen attacking patrolling units and executing survivors.
You're fixing to piss me off. Miss Emmeline? Is this the wretch you spoke of? Yes. He surrendered after we killed the rest of his squad.
I didn't do nothing to you people. I wasn't even in DC till a month ago.
You don't seem very loyal to your commander.
Lady, I'm just trying to survive. True Sons seem like the safest bet.
Is that so?
I got no allegiance to them. I can be useful to you.
You expect me to trust a man who would switch sides so easily?
Give me a chance. I'll show you.
Send his head to the general. Let the river have the rest of him.
Step back.
It should be easy.
What's your fucking problem?
Just leave, man. We don't want any trouble.
Want to see what I can do?
Guys, maybe we should just leave.
No fucking way. Look at this.
Fucking alert.
This is gonna feel good.
A loosely organized gang of opportunistic raiders that prey on the struggling civilians of Washington DC. The Hyenas are the underbelly of society, who have grouped together to take full advantage of the crippled infrastructure and breakdown of government. Where other hostile factions were born from betrayal, revenge, or losing faith in the government's ability to get things done, the Hyenas are simply looking to cash in on the current state of the city. When the outbreak hit Washington, the city went into panic mode. There were riots, top-level officials were evacuated, and the city law enforcement and emergency departments were amalgamated into a single entity known as the Joint Task Force. Resources were stretched thin across the city as the JTF attempted to control the outbreak. This meant that there were less people around to stop the unlawful activity committed by gangs and other criminal groups. With all of the free reign to do what they please, the severity of crimes quickly escalated. and gang territories increased in size. This led to gang fighting to see who could carve out more of the city for themselves. However, there was another group that was to take to the streets of Washington DC. The True Sons had broken off with the JTF and formed their own group. The JTF and the government weren't getting results, so in order to bring structure back to the city, it was up to them. Anyone who stood in their way would be dealt with: JTF, civilians, and especially anyone who was creating more chaos during the crisis. The gangs of Washington quickly found themselves outgunned and rapidly losing territory. The True Sons were disciplined and had far superior weapons and equipment. Unlike the law enforcement from before the outbreak, they weren't here to just arrest them. They were here to exterminate them. Something needed to change if they were going to survive the invasion of this new group. It was a gang leader who went by the alias of Coyote who brought 6 of the larger gangs together and proposed that they stop fighting amongst themselves and unify together. They all faced a common enemy who was too strong to take alone, but together they would stand a chance.
I've called this meeting because we all have a common enemy. The True Sons are gaining a foothold in this city, and the more we fight amongst ourselves, the worse it's gonna get.
I ain't afraid of those bitches, and I don't need some punk-ass motherfucker telling me what my crew can and can't do.
I'm not trying to lay down the law, but if we don't find common ground, we will get wiped off the map.
Then what do you suggest?
We form a council. You have a problem, you leave your piece at the door, and we deal with it together, as an organization.
What is this shit?
It's called politics.
So you mean like a treaty?
Like a treaty. How you run your crew is your business.
I'm game.
Fuck it, I'm down. And?
Fine.
It's settled then.
The other leaders agreed, and thus the Hyenas were formed. The Hyenas are made up from a number of different clans. Each clan is self-governing and relatively independent from one another. The Hyena command is then made up of a leader from each clan. The leader has absolute authority over his or her clan. The Hyenas created what they called the Freedom Council. This was the highest command within the Hyenas and consists of the toughest and smartest leaders. The council is led by Books, the assembly supervisor, making him the leader of the Hyenas overall. The council declared a number of purposes that they've termed freedoms. The freedom to conduct business without interference or consequence. The freedom to accumulate resources for the value of the gang's own consumption as well as for bartering opportunities. The freedom to prevent enemies from acquiring control of any Hyena-controlled turf. Books knows how to manipulate people and has used this skill to gain his prominent position within the Hyenas. Prior to the green poison outbreak, he worked in the labor sector, where he gained extensive knowledge in electronics. His intelligence and ruthlessness make him extremely valued by the Hyena Council. Roach thinks he's untouchable. He relies on his entourage to fight his battles and never walks the streets without them. Before the green poison outbreak, Roach was a minor celebrity, known for hosting a late-night pirate radio station. He spent a short time in prison after he was prosecuted for broadcasting without a license. He is well connected among DC's criminal underworld and has been involved in numerous homicides. Zodiac has a serious drug dependency and struggles to function without. He is known for his violent tendencies, often caused by withdrawal, and has been accused of forcefully testing new strains of spice on civilians. Zodiac is believed to be in charge of the Hyena's spice manufacturing. Coyote is cunning, manipulative, and never backs down from confrontation. She has a short fuse and is always armed. This has helped her gain a position of power and become a feared yet respected member of the Hyenas. Coyote is the alleged mastermind behind a number of Hyena-led attacks throughout DC. Diesel is a domineering personality and uses intimidation tactics to subdue his enemies. But despite this, he's a coward on the inside and will get others to fight his battles when he feels threatened. Diesel is vain about his appearance and doesn't like to show emotional or physical weakness. Dime, highly ambitious, and is believed to have an academic background. He has a reputation for taking advantage of other people's misfortunes and will do everything in his power to solidify his position of authority. Dime will never admit defeat and will repeat tasks over and over again until he gets them right. Dime takes a leading role in the council and thinks about the bigger picture a lot more than the rest of them. Mayhem has a poor sense of danger awareness and struggles to comprehend potential hazards. She can become extremely violent when she feels unsettled and often makes poor decisions that have negative consequences. Mayhem is known for a love of explosives and is suspected of instigating a number of arson-related attacks throughout DC. But this alliance isn't all smooth sailing. There is still a lot of bickering and backstabbing between and within the various Hyenas subgroups.
I ain't got no time for all this politics bullshit. If I wanted that kind of life, I would have gone to college. Something funny?
You? College? Doesn't quite add up.
Fuck you!
We got a lot of dead wood on this council.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that they won't go down easy.
I got no problems pulling the trigger.
And that's exactly why college doesn't suit you. You're too emotional. Sometimes you gotta exercise restraint, assess the situation. If we do this, there will be repercussions, and we need to prepare for which way shit's gonna fall out.
They all hate each other and would gladly stab each other in the back when the opportunity presents itself. The only reason they're still working together is so that they won't get overrun by the True Sons. The Hyenas are easily identified by their black pants and white shirts under the black body armor and gas masks. They spray paint their logo onto their gear in green. Their general combat skills can be seen as unorganized and unprofessional, as they'll often not bother using cover and will wildly fire their weapons without aiming. Generally, their combat tactics are to overwhelm their targets with numbers and allow others to rush into close combat. These rushers can often be seen taking drugs before manically charging into melee combat. This drug, called Spice, seems to offer the user increased adrenaline and a higher tolerance to pain. Spice is a way of life for Hyenas. Their growing labs can be found all over Washington. Not only are some of them heavy users, but they're also selling or trading spice to survivors of the outbreak. Similar to their past, they mark their territory around the city. This can be identified by green paint and fumes.
Take a step back.
You fucking crazy? I'll fall. That's kind of the point. What the fuck, man? Why are you doing this? You know why. You burned too many bridges. There's no room for shitheads like you on the council. Yeah, come on, let's talk this over. We can work something out.
Take a step back, fucker.
Please don't do this.
Step the fuck back. Or get shot.
Look at the bright side. We'll let you walk away if you can walk away. Fuck you! Fuck you!
I don't think he's walking away.
The Hyenas are at war with the True Sons. This is the reason they all banded together, and because of this joining of assets, they're now at a stalemate with them. The True Sons have the organization and equipment, but the Hyenas have the numbers. Plus, they've been receiving high-end weapons from an anonymous source, which have been helping them with evening the odds. All over the city there is evidence of this war, and buildings, on the streets. Their dead can often be found in close proximity to each other.
Hey, Dirt Fellas, delivery from our secret admirers.
It's about time. I need an upgrade.
So why do you think they're giving us all this shit?
Because they know we the baddest motherfuckers in DC.
Hand me that 9.
Hey, look. This one's got buttons and shit.
That's one BFG.
Those True Sons ain't gonna know what hit.
We going postal on those jackasses.
Hell yeah.
Initially, the virus was thought to be smallpox, so inevitably, the vaccines that were distributed failed. Over time, many different drug trials were run, and most had little to no effect on the green poison. One of the drugs, named DC-62, showed promise. The federal government launched DC-62 into highly affected areas. Their aim was to destroy any traces of the virus and to sterilize the contaminated areas. Unfortunately, it turned out that DC-62 not only destroyed the virus, but was also extremely toxic. Even to the point of just standing within close proximity, it would cause lethal burns and death from breathing in the toxic fumes. Located in Georgetown, this area was known for being the home of wealthier residents of DC. When the dollar flu hit the city, the residents of Georgetown got together to find a way of protecting themselves from what was quickly spreading across the country. Led by Victor Tran, the residents used their money and influence to pressure the government into erecting a wall around the entire Georgetown district. Unlike New York, these walls had the sole purpose of keeping the sick out. Victor Tran was a professor of sociology at Georgetown University for over 15 years. He is a highly respected member of the community and has a good reputation among his students and peers. Tran is very outspoken about societal issues, particularly when they impact Georgetown. While he doesn't have political aspirations, the locals regard him as a key figurehead within the community. Tran comes across as modest and caring. However, he will always put his personal interest at the forefront of his decision-making. He likes to be in control and often reacts with hostility when people disagree with him. But the walls didn't really work. He was always someone's family member or close relative who needed to be let in, so eventually the dollar flu found its way inside. Victor was forced to tighten up the rules, and anyone with the slight possibility of being infected was thrown out of the district. He also started talking to the residents about a new experimental chemical that could eradicate the green poison for good. He went on to rally the citizens of Georgetown to push the government into using it around their homes first, but not everyone thought it was a good idea.
People of Georgetown, building the wall was the right choice, the smart choice. But now, we face a new set of challenges. We will never be truly safe until we can prevent the spread of green poison. DC-62 is our best option. But this is not up to me.
He's right.
DC-62 will save us!
That's bullshit, and you know it. You're willing to risk the lives of everyone in Georgetown. DC-62? No one knows what that shit is or what it will do.
Shay, your fear-mongering isn't fooling anyone.
It's not fear-mongering if it's the truth.
The truth! The truth is, we need to evacuate the infected from Georgetown. If we let them stay, the disease will spread. There's a Sarah camp on the other side of the wall. They are better equipped to treat infected people like Shay.
What? I'm not infected!
Shay's already compromised our safety with her wild accusations. We can't let her compromise our health.
Shay Montgomery was a pre-med student at Georgetown University. She was politically active and would frequently arrange demonstrations on campus regarding environmental and social issues. Shay is known for her honesty and always stands by her convictions, especially if she believes she is right. Although she's popular among her social circle, her friends and family can get frustrated by her attitude.
Let's get one thing straight. I got kicked out of Georgetown. The neighborhood, not the school, was running a 3.93 as a pre-med major, thank you very much, under bullshit pretenses. It was when I decided that maybe I could do some good with whatever training I had out in the real world, is when I got into trouble. You see, they'd built a wall around G-Town to try to keep infected people out, but that worked about as well as you'd think. There was always someone's cousin who had to be let in, or somebody's co-worker, and before you knew it, we had our own cases of green poison. That's where Victor Tran came in. Professor Tran was a big deal in neighborhood politics, and it didn't take much for him to convince people that the right thing to do was evict the patients and spray the neighborhood. It would make all of them safe, he promised. Now, I knew this was bullshit. They hadn't had any time to run tests on this DC-62 stuff he was talking about, and I said so. Loudly. And that's when Victor Tran lied. He told people I was sick, too, which I wasn't. At least not yet. He had me kicked out with the rest of the infected, sent us to the Sarah camp down by the river, and sprayed his DC-62. I hear it killed him. Justice. She works in funny ways.
Shay was removed from Georgetown. Officially, this was because she was infected, but in reality, it was because she disagreed with Tran. Some of the residents knew this, but in fear of also being thrown out into the other side of the wall, they kept quiet.
Let me get one thing straight. I know Victor. I like Victor. But what Victor is doing is unconscionable. I can understand wanting to safeguard the community. Hell, I could even applaud him for that. But the tactics he's using, flushing anyone who might be sick out of Georgetown, walling us off so that the infected refugees don't get in, they're inhumane. And the worst part is, there's dozens of folks who agree with me who won't stand up to Victor. They're too afraid of getting called out or exiled too. I don't know what I can do.
With the rest of the district agreeing, Tran pushed forward with having the JTF fumigate the entire neighborhood with DC-62.
The first thing you've got to understand is the rich are different. They want something, by God, they're gonna get it no matter what. So, when word came down they were looking for a test bed for DC 62, some of the rich folks got it in their heads that they wanted it first. Which is why I'm here, in Georgetown, setting up the blowers so we can coat entire houses right fast.
It wasn't until the JTF had covered the whole area that they realized the true effects of the chemical. Immediately, the people of Georgetown started suffering from respiratory complications and then dying shortly after. There were mass casualties, and it wasn't long before it became a ghost town. The JTF declared the area contaminated and locked the walls to stop anyone from getting in. From here on, the once wealthy suburb of Georgetown was known as Darkzone West. Shay, along with the infected residents of Georgetown, was shipped off to a Sarah camp. However, even though she entered the compound healthy, it wasn't long before she too had caught the smallpox virus.
The Sarah camp was hell. It was overcrowded, it was filthy, it was undersupplied. And I heard later the unit assigned to watch over the camp was skimming resources for themselves. Wouldn't surprise me one bit. They stayed up on the walls, and down below we got sick. Those of us who were sick got sicker. And so many of us died. I wasn't sick when I got to the camp. That changed soon enough. I'm one of the rare ones, though. I survived green poison. It was close. I almost didn't. But thanks to some good people who took care of me when I was at my worst, I made it through. They're all gone, though. Every last one of them. I tell you their names, but what's the point? They're gone.
Shay was one of the lucky few who managed to overcome the virus. Once she had managed to gain her strength, she inquired about leaving, but quickly found that the JTF guarding the camp, later known as the True Sons, were under orders to keep everyone contained. Regardless, Shay found a way out, and she left with a new purpose in life. Having survived the dollar flu, her goal was to help as many of the struggling residents of DC that she could. And what happened to Victor Tran? Tran can be found dead in Darkzone West. He has been strung up, hanging from a bridge. Rumour has it he was murdered by Georgetown residents as revenge for him persuading them to accept DC 62, dooming them all. During the initial dollar flu outbreak, the military occupied an area above Capitol Hill. It was used as a staging ground and a storage zone for food, water, medical supplies, weapons, and eventually DC 62.
So, it was another double shift today. That makes 4 days running in 7 out of 8. And I gotta ask, what is such a big deal that they're bringing in all these supplies? We're talking food, we're talking medical supplies, we're talking military gear, and we're talking 1 metric fuck ton of that yellow powder stuff, the DC 62. I hear that didn't work so good in Georgetown, and if it didn't work so good there, you know, I gotta wonder, why are they shipping it here? Maybe they don't got anywhere else to put it. I don't know, but I'd feel a whole heck of a lot safer if they were shipping it someplace else.
After the events in Georgetown, at some point in time, there was an explosion at a containment storage facility that was holding a large stockpile of DC 62. Large clouds of the chemical were spread over the area. There were massive casualties. However, due to the quick evacuation of the military personnel in the area, a number of lives were saved.
Look, I don't care that we don't have a final destination set up for them. They can't stay here or they're dead. So, I want the wards evacuated in an orderly fashion. Don't give me any backtalk. All it will take is one change in the wind and we'll be knee-deep in DC 62, so get moving!
To stop the spread of the chemical, the zone around the explosion was quickly walled off. The military moved their staging ground further south, towards the waterfront.
There was a family I found hiding out in an apartment off DuPont Circle. The father nearly shot me, but he was shaking so badly from the disease he couldn't hold the gun straight. His wife and his daughter weren't showing symptoms yet, but it was just a matter of time the way things were going. Got the father meds that made his passing easier, sat with them until he was gone, got them fresh water, and by some miracle, when they didn't get sick, I left them with a stash of meds and a way to get hold of me if they needed me. I could tell that story about 20 different families around the city, and all those stories would be true. I'm not bragging. I'm asking you what you're doing to make a difference. And if you're just surviving, to think about doing a little more than that.
Shay continues on with her mission of helping the people of DC who have been forgotten. She spends her time scavenging the streets for anything that could be useful, bottled water, food, medicine. She even started venturing into places that others were too scared to enter. In her eyes, it was dangerous, but worth the risk.
The Capital Station Dark Zone is the easiest of them to crack. There was a DC-62 burst, but everyone in the zone was military or Sarah. They knew how to handle an evacuation, unlike that poor idiot Tran. So they packed up everyone and everything they could get their hands on and got the hell out of there before the powder had a chance to settle. Good work, if you ask me. The thing, though, was that they got everyone out so fast, they left plenty of stuff behind. I'm told there's a fortune in military hardware just sitting there, waiting for someone to pick up. Not me, though. I wouldn't know what to do with half of it. I'm more interested in what got left at the field hospital. There's still meds there. Still sterile equipment and surgical supplies. Hell, there's even clean toilet paper. I've been in there 3 times and haven't come close to cleaning it out. I worry I'm getting predictable, but so far, it's been worth the risk.
The area below West Station on the waterfront was originally the primary storage facility site for DC-62. After the explosion in Dark Zone East, the military moved their base down to this site. Unfortunately, not long after relocating, there was a flood.
We were stationed in the supply camp when the rain started, and, well, it just didn't stop. Which was fine, except the drains backed up, and all this DC-62 stuff floated out on top of the water. Yes, I'm sure it was DC-62. Soon as I saw it, I notified the duty officer. No, I didn't stick around to examine it closely.
The massive flood swept through the lockdown storage facilities containing DC-62. The containment spilled out into the floodwaters, spreading all around the waterfront, contaminating the whole area. The JTF were once again forced to leave. They didn't waste any time. By now they had seen the effects this toxin had on people. In a rush to put as much space between them and DC-62, they left behind a vast amount of contaminated high-tier weapons and gear. But before completely abandoning the area, they built another wall to keep people out, and renamed it Darkzones South.
Went back to the camp today for the first time. It's a dark zone now, abandoned and locked off, and there's rumors that it's haunted. Hard to believe that in the world we're living in now, people still have time to be troubled by made-up things like ghosts. Getting into the camp wasn't that hard. Someone had put in overtime cleaning it up from my days there. You'd never know thousands of people had died. It's not to say it was clean, just that there was no evidence of what had gone before. It just looked like a regular old supply dump, abandoned to the rats. There was a little bit I could use, so I took it. But the whole time I was there, I kept waiting for it to hit me, and it never did. It's like that piece of my past is walled off now. There's too much to do now that I can't afford to think about then. Shit, got DC-62 on my shoes. They'll have to come off. Not the first time, though. Won't be the last.
Following the release of the dollar flu, the once bustling suburban areas of the US capital turned into a derelict and dangerous urban jungle. For most people, looting became a requirement of survival, with shops and pharmacies becoming the main targets. Those who were prepared with supplies locked themselves in their homes and tried to hold off until help arrived. Some DC communities made more communal efforts. People banded together in settlements, built fortified walls, and shared resources and supplies. In the early days of the DC outbreak, many settlements started to pop up, including Sarah-created refugee camps for tourists. It became an unofficial network of barter and shared security. However, by February, with the rise of organized gangs and other hostile factions, raiding and carving out territories in the city quickly began to pull apart the smaller settlements. Eventually, only 3 larger settlements remained: the castle, the campus, and the theatre. After the original smallpox outbreak in December, Sarah established one of its very first refugee camps in the Smithsonian Castle on the National Mall. This camp housed out-of-towners who were stranded in southern DC. Over time, the castle was transformed into DC's very first settlement, as it contained ample resources, medical services, and had an organized and effective defense system in place. Despite heavy rioting and looting to the north, the castle remained a safe and secure shelter for its occupants. However, as winter turned into spring, attacks on the settlement grew more frequent, and a faction of ex-JTF called the True Sons moved into the area and expanded west towards the mall. By April, the castle was essentially surrounded by the True Sons territory and was completely cut off from the JTF base of operations in the White House. The True Sons allowed the castle to exist if they continued to supply resources to their troops. But in June, negotiations fell through, and the True Sons launched a DC-62 chemical attack on the castle settlement, killing most of its residents in a matter of minutes. In December, Sarah established a refugee center in the large open field on the campus of the George Washington University, west of the White House. For more than a month, the camp focused on providing patient treatment, housing tourists trapped in the city, and keeping the social unrest to a minimum. But as winter dragged on, refugee camps from around the city began to fall. Overrun with smallpox cases and armed thugs raiding their supplies, Sarah began pulling healthcare workers out of the more dangerous camps. By February, the university camp, now called the campus, was the only functioning refugee center that remained. Recognizing that both Sarah and the JTF were stretched by the magnitude of the pandemic and were considering the total withdrawal from the field, campus citizens began to take steps in order to become a self-sufficient and long-term sustaining community. Firstly, they built defenses to use against the hyena raiders who were constantly raiding the camp. Next, using the green spaces around the campus, they began to plant and cultivate food crops. Finally, the residents elected a leader named Henry Hayes to oversee the restructuring of the camp into a fortified and self-sustaining settlement. Hayes is organized and methodical and excelled at keeping the camp operational and secure. However, when it came to the happiness of the people under his leadership, he struggled to see its importance. Under his direction, sacrifice was expected from all, and personal leisure was viewed as unnecessary and in some cases with hostility. The settlement was a thriving but cheerless place, with every waking moment devoted to procuring water and food and maintaining the shelter and security. Life settled into a hive-like routine, work and sleep. Anything that distracted the settlers from this goal was deemed as unacceptable. This led to resentment within the community. Outside influences started to infiltrate the camp, and factions such as the Outcasts and their ideas started to become more and more attractive to the residents. The month of April brought some relief from the cold weather, but also a new threat from the west. Raiders, calling themselves the Outcasts, began a series of hit-and-run strikes on the settlement and started harassing campus foraging teams who ventured out of the camp looking for supplies. But far worse, the Outcasts' philosophy was becoming more popular and alluring to the residents within the camp, and a number of prominent residents became converts, one of which was Henry Hayes' own wife, who eventually left the campus and joined the Outcasts. After this, trust in Hayes' leadership came under scrutiny from the residents, and he was asked to step down. However, he refused to do so and only burrowed himself deeper into his methods of running the compound. This in turn further promoting more people to leave the settlement and join the Outcasts, and by June, the Outcasts had gained full control of the area and completely surrounded the campus. The last major settlement in DC to survive the growing hostile presence was established in Ford's Theatre. The theatre began filling up in March. Citizens in the area sought refuge from the increasing gang attacks from the Hyena faction. The settlement's leader is former division agent Odessa Sawyer. Sawyer was born and raised in Washington, DC, so she has a good sense of local awareness. She is a tough operative and field commander who wears a prosthetic leg after being wounded in combat during her SHD activation in DC. Sawyer's husband was murdered shortly after she began active duty. As a result, she struggles with dark impulses, including severe anger and PTSD. The theatre had a difficult start, as it was built during constant attacks from the Hyenas and with multiple security threats and other setbacks. This affected, and continues to affect, its people's morale. Although the settlement is well organised under Sawyer's command, there is still a feeling of anger and dread by everyone within the encampment. Settlers are exhausted and are suffering from a growing sense of hopelessness, only made worse by the growing hyena presence around the camp. Residents have selected a core council headed by Sawyer to keep things running, but there is a severe lack of community. Problems like graffiti, vandalism, theft, and even substance abuse continue to be a complication. Although protected for now, inhabitants are isolated, and access to outside resources is only getting more difficult as time goes on. Lawrence Waller was President of the United States when the green poison outbreak began in New York City. Waller was an academically gifted student, graduating from Harvard University. He went on to become a criminal defense lawyer before deciding to get into politics. When the green poison epidemic struck, President Waller was clearly concerned and demanded that he be kept up to date with how bad it was getting in New York. He immediately assumed this was an attack by another country like Russia or China. However, he was advised that this was unlikely due to them having problems of their own. It was confirmed by later reports that the green poison had spread to over 100 countries. Waller declared martial law and merged the police, fire department and National Guard to form the Joint Task Force. It very quickly became obvious that this was a much bigger task than originally thought. After seeking advice with his Vice President, Thomas Mendez, and the Speaker of the House, Andrew Ellis, President Waller used Directive 51 and activated the Strategic Homeland Division. The first wave of agents were dispatched into New York City with orders to assist the JTF in maintaining the quarantine in Manhattan and protecting the thousands of innocents inside. However, it didn't take long before the president was briefed by a JTF general. He said that the small team of division agents sent in had proved ineffective at controlling the quarantine zone. And on top of this, some of the first wave have turned against their government and gone rogue. Waller ordered the general to contact Louis Chang to dispatch the second wave into New York. Shortly after this, President Waller was found dead. He had died of a heart attack. Following President Waller's death, Vice President Thomas Mendez was quickly sworn in under the 25th Amendment and became the second president of the dollar flu outbreak. Mendez was born in Seattle. His family owned a business that he hoped to inherit from a young age. Mendez was a statistical genius and ran a very profitable real estate enterprise before he transitioned into politics. As vice president, economics was his area of expertise and the main component in his decision-making. When President Waller was considering the use of Directive 51, Mendez questioned him. He believed that this would upset the American people and politically damage Waller's reputation. However, he was quickly overruled by Waller and Andrew Ellis. They agreed that the situation was bad enough to warrant it. Soon after Mendez was sworn in as president, the cities of New York and Washington DC descended into chaos. This was due to his inability to manage the crisis. Mendez was left with no choice but to order the remaining officials of the federal government to evacuate the capital. Shortly after this, he called an emergency meeting with the United Nations. Unaware of how far the devastation had spread, he was briefed by an ambassador that the green poison had spread to every continent in the world and that the casualties would be in the tens of millions. President Mendez is believed to be one of the last officials that would have been evacuated from DC. However, his body is discovered, appearing as though he has committed suicide. Given how things were going, there was no proper investigation carried out. Rumors started circulating, some saying that he committed suicide due to the stress of being president during the outbreak. Others say it was because he was infected with the virus. Regardless, the Speaker of the House, Andrew Ellis, was quickly sworn in as president at the undisclosed location where the government was evacuated to. Later on, it is found through an echo that President Mendez was betrayed by two members of the Secret Service. They were promised safe passage out of the city by an unknown group if they murdered Mendez and made it look like a suicide. They were in turn killed in an underground parking lot to cover up the assassination. President Andrew Ellis comes from a long line of wealthy public servants. He was educated in a private school and spent 4 years at the Naval Academy in Annapolis, where he proved himself to be a natural leader. Ellis aspires to build a brand new America and is willing to do whatever it takes to achieve his goals. He was considering a bid for the presidency during the last election, but decided that the timing wasn't right. In the Grand Washington Hotel, a poster on the wall reveals that Ellis was part of a pro-private military contractor group and was due to attend a conference with Lieutenant Colonel Charles Bliss of the Last Man Battalion as the guest speaker. When the outbreak first occurred, Ellis supported President Waller's decision in activating Directive 51. And around the same time, he was contacted by an anonymous individual about a potential opportunity.
Andrew Ellis?
Who is this?
A messenger. I believe Senator Richards was already in contact with you.
He certainly piqued my curiosity. I'd be interested to hear what exactly your friends have in mind and how I would fit into the equation.
Excellent. It would be best to discuss the specifics in person, of course.
That can be arranged.
Ellis was evacuated along with the surviving members of the federal government. While hidden away, Ellis was approached by the same group that organized Mendez's murder. He was briefed on the part that he was to play and sent back to Washington, D.C. to keep the division in line and make sure they didn't get in the way.
Hey, we need you in D.C.
DC? Why?
Look, our biggest obstacle in this whole venture is the Strategic Homeland Division. Now, technically, they answer to you. Realistically, they're a bunch of self-governing cowboys who answer to no one.
You think they're going to be a problem?
I think it's a risk, which is why I want you in their faces 24/7, reminding them who they work for, and watching out for telltale signs of misguided idealism.
Misguided idealism?
If they fall in line, they'll be a tremendous asset. If they get in our way, they're going to be a hell of a pain in the ass, in which case we need advanced warning so that we can take preventative measures.
When do I leave?
As soon as the plane's done fueling. You'll be kicking up your heels in the Oval Office by sundown.
On his way back to the capital aboard Air Force One, they were shot down by a surface-to-air missile. It was assumed that President Ellis was killed. The Hyenas start off as merely a hindrance to the division. They're everywhere, but with a bit of patience are quickly swept aside. The first council member that they come across is at the Jefferson Trade Center. Coyote has occupied the area and seemed completely unaware that this is an SHD site. Agent Espinosa had infiltrated the site to reactivate the ISAC node, but was captured by Coyote and her crew. The division rolled in and reactivated the node, but were unable to save Espinosa as Coyote pushed him to his death from a balcony in front of the other agents. They then pursued Coyote and took her down. The next time the division ran into the Hyenas was just after Air Force One was shot down over DC. The division raided the bank headquarters to recover what the Hyenas stole, and while there, they managed to intercept Hyena transmissions revealing that President Ellis is still alive and is being held hostage by the Hyenas. The division quickly found him and had him extracted by a helicopter. Once back in the White House, President Ellis called for a meeting. He stated his reasons for returning, that there are samples of a broad-spectrum antiviral medicine that was sent to DC as a continuity of government measure. Ellis continued on to talk about how the medication could cure all viral infections, like dengue fever, the common cold, and even the dollar flu. But in order to access the location where it was being held, he required the briefcase that he was carrying on board Air Force One when it crashed. The division believed that it was likely with the True Sons at the Capitol building, and Ellis ordered them to get it back by any means necessary. After the division re-established the SHD satellite network, President Ellis gave a speech at the White House, saying that they would kick all enemy factions out of DC. Soon after this, the division and the JTF launched assaults at the District Union Arena, Roosevelt Island, and Capitol building. The division agents led an assault on the Hyena stronghold at the District Union Arena. One by one, they took down the council members, Books, Diesel, and then Dime. With the majority of the council members now wiped out, the remaining Hyena members were dispersed into smaller groups around DC. For now, the Hyenas were no longer a major threat. The division first meet the Outcasts in the DCD headquarters. They've set up a lab here and are using the facility to produce smallpox samples that they plan to spread throughout the city. The division makes short work of this, destroying the lab and the virus samples. They next find them at the Potomac Event Center, where the division is tasked with capturing the Outcast strategist. Again, they are quickly wiped out. After several more defeats at the hands of the division, the Outcasts fall back to their final stronghold, where it all began, on Roosevelt Island. After a grueling fight, the division finally found Emmeline Shaw as she was being escorted onto a boat to escape the area. But after a last-ditch effort, involving wave after wave of Outcasts, the division managed to detonate the explosives on the boat, along with Emmeline Shaw. Later on, it was discovered that Shaw had been evacuated by the Outcasts before the division were able to destroy the boat. Her escape was confirmed when she was tracked down to the Manning National Zoo. Fighting through the compound, she would once again be cornered. After taking her down, the division would find out why Emmeline would choose this location. With the memories of her daughter, she chose the zoo to recuperate and remember the good times that she had in the past. The True Sons had dug in and secured a strategic hold on the Viewpoint Museum. But once the division rolled in, they were quickly cleared out. Following this, after suffering a number of defeats at the American History Museum, Air and Space Museum, Space Administration HQ, Jefferson Plaza, and Lincoln Memorial, they retreated back to their final stronghold at the Capitol building. Division agents, with the help of the JTF and civilian militia, assaulted the facility. After sweeping through the complex, the True Sons general and leader Antoine Ridgway made his final appearance to try and stop the division once and for all. With the death of Ridgway and the remaining True Sons garrison at the Capitol building, the True Sons have since been scattered across DC, attempting to finish the job against the division. The True Sons are now at war with every faction and are vying for control of positions within DC. After assaulting the final enemy stronghold, the Capitol building, and defeating the True Sons, the division found and brought the briefcase back to the White House. The Black Tusk are a private military contractor who have been brought into Washington by an unnamed employer. Barden Schaefer is the Black Tusk Specialist Unit leader. He is directly below the Black Tusk commanding officer and another supervisor. Their identities are unknown. Barden's family has a history in law enforcement and government security. He enlisted in the army at the age of 18 and served multiple tours of Iraq and Afghanistan. He proved to be highly tactical and had the ability to eliminate targets with extreme efficiency. Shortly after the outbreak in New York, the Black Tusk were approached and hired by a mysterious organization. They see that the chaos in New York is only the beginning, and when the time is right, they want to exploit the disorder and breakdown of society when it hits the Capitol. Barden was ordered by his superiors to create the Black Tusk Specialist Unit.
Decent coffee, right?
Fuck if I know. I don't drink this shit for pleasure.
Trust me, it's good. You should savor it. Might be your last chance.
No, it still tastes like dirt.
What's happening in New York is just the beginning.
Yeah, no shit.
I want you to put together a team.
I already have a team.
A bigger team, more diversified.
For what?
For whatever it takes. We have an opportunity here, a golden one. But we have to be smart, and we have to act fast.
So no choir boys is what you're saying?
I'm saying scoundrels and scum. All right? Killers and cutthroats. I don't give a shit as long as they follow orders and can get shit done.
All right. I'll get to work.
I'll work fast. The end is fucking nigh.
Barden set off to work assembling his new Specialist Forces unit. He can even be seen talking to Odessa Sawyer.
Barden Schaefer. How are you still alive and kicking?
Odessa Sawyer as I live and breathe. Well, Mama always said I was a cockroach. I assumed she meant I was tough to kill.
I doubt it. Who are your friends?
I might do introductions after you've heard me out.
Oh, so hush hush. What are you these days? OGA?
That's what I wanted to talk to you about. I've got a new employer, and we're hiring. Good base plus hazard pay and bonuses, and you'd be working with quality people.
Yeah? Now who would I be working for?
People who want what's best for this country.
Uh-huh.
This is a one-time deal, Odessa. Things are happening fast. You don't want to miss this bus.
I swore an oath, and I'm sticking to it. Not something I'd expect a cockroach to understand.
Well, that's a damn shame. You sure would be an asset. Be seeing you.
I sure fucking hope not.
With the task of gaining control of the city, they waited until the controlling factions in the city had been weakened before launching a full-scale invasion, seizing control of the US Capitol. Part of their mission to take control of Washington DC was to eliminate the division. The division had been targeted as the only worthwhile resistance that the city has to offer, but they were to be treated as a rogue agency. So from day one, they were listed as the first target for the Black Tusk.
Our primary task is to reclaim the capital from the hostile forces that presently control it. These include operatives of the Strategic Homeland Division, now considered a rogue agency that must be brought to heel. Civilian militias and remnants of the three dominant factions active within the area of operations must disarm and submit to the rule of law, or they will be classified as insurgent groups and dealt with accordingly. We've seen little evidence that anyone in this shithole of a city intends to play nice. So I advise that you shoot first and shoot last.
Barden and his officers discuss the challenges around going to war with the division, but have a plan for crippling the network and taking the agents down one by one.
We have to assume there were no survivors. So what does that mean for us? A new plan and a new enemy.
Division?
Bingo. then we need to do something about their advantages. That's the new plan. Where are we supposed to get that kind of intel? We already have it. I got a list of key targets right here. We're seriously going after the division? We are seriously going after them, and we are going after them seriously. We are gonna gag them, blind them, kick them in the nuts, and steal their lunch money. This is gonna be fun. We finally agree on something. In a stand-up fight, a couple of division agents ain't nothing to worry about. The problem is getting them in a stand-up fight. They're crafty fuckers. They've got a vulnerability, same one anybody has when they're trying to protect something.
There are also traitors among them that we can use to our advantage.
The first step is to cripple their network. That'll expose them, make them weak. Then, we start picking them off.
The action of taking down the SHD network communications is what brought additional agents to Washington DC. It's unclear whether this was intended or not, but the Black Tusk continued on with their mission of hunting down division agents to extract intel and then assassinate.
I'm personally a fan of what y'all do. Really, I am. I admire righteousness, even if I rarely partake.
You're not getting anything from me.
You see, that's where you're mistaken. Because one thing I can tell you about myself is that I'm persuasive. And I need to locate a certain bunker y'all are using to house some of your infrastructure.
I don't know anything about that.
Then I'm sorry in advance that you're gonna do a bit of suffering for no good reason.
You're wasting your time.
I gotta disagree with you there. What I'm doing is my job, and doing your job is never a waste of time. Especially if you do it with pride and conviction. Sure you don't want to save us both some unpleasantness?
Barton and his officers could be seen early on in the conflict, gathering intel for their upcoming engagement. They've been lying in the shadows, monitoring the status of Washington DC ever since the green poison hit, preparing for the right time to strike the city.
Man, fuck these flies. Ain't there enough dead shit in this town to entertain them?
They're an indication of how bad you stink, Bonnie. Flies are more attracted to you than to dead things.
Shut the hell up, both of you. Some of us are working here. You call staring at the motherfucking White House working? It's the opposite of working. Nobody ever said surveillance is supposed to be fun. At least nobody wasn't a fucking idiot.
Bonnie doesn't think it's fun, but he's still a fucking idiot.
All of you, zip it. It's like being on a bus ride with a bunch of grade schoolers.
They started it.
I swear to God, Bonnie. Movement. South Lawn. Is it a division agent?
Yep. I can just make out the wristwatch.
Galveston, Bonnie, you're up. Find out where he goes.
Are you really gonna stick me with stinky McFlybait here?
Less moaning, more mobilizing. Go, go, go!
That's so hilarious.
By the time that agents from outside of the city had arrived in Washington, the majority of the agents in the capital had gone MIA, presumed dead. Part of their mission was to find out what happened to them, but before that, they had to put an end to the growing hostile presence within the city. It was around this time that Barton was ordered to stand down, and that there was a change of plans.
Situation's changed. I need you to back off the division. Back off how far? All the way. Well, that's pretty fucking far. Look, you got a problem with that bar? Well, hell no, boss. I'm just surprised is all. It's not like you to call off a hunt. Look, you know how it goes in this business. Today's enemies are tomorrow's friends. If there's a way we can all come out of this as teammates, so much the better. You really think the division is gonna play ball? Doesn't seem unreasonable to expect them to keep doing their fucking jobs. That's not answering the question. You know how it goes in this business.
The division was doing their job for them. Hostiles in the city were quickly being dealt with. This was going to save a ton of manpower and ammunition. So for now, the Black Tusk would stay in the dark, allowing the division to push back the three dominant factions who up until this point in time had complete control of the city. So at this time, the Black Tusk continued to be unknown to the division, but continued to work out of sight. Top of their priority list was to get their hands on a broad-spectrum antiviral.
What is this thing, exactly? It's a medication that cures viral sicknesses, in the way the antibiotics cure bacterial sicknesses. Probably would have been pretty useful 7 or 8 months ago. There were a couple different broad-spectrum drugs in clinical trials at the time, but mass production was out of the question. even if they'd been fast-tracked.
So where did this one come from?
Facility in Ann Arbor. We're chasing that down separately. Now your task is to recover those doses that were shipped to DC.
What are we gonna do with them?
God damn it, use your imagination, Bar. Who's not gonna sell their soul for a miracle cure?
Because of the ever-changing, adaptable nature of the green poison, this antiviral was deemed an outright cure for the virus, although there was only limited supply. The Black Tusk was already dealing with the origin of this new cure, but there was someone else with information relating to the treatment that would end it all, and this person was the President. After the destruction of the Hyenas, Outcasts, and eventually the True Sons, the division retrieved the briefcase and returned it to President Ellis. However, this was the moment that the Black Tusk have been patiently waiting for. While the division and the leaders throughout Washington were celebrating the success of overthrowing the hostile factions, the Black Tusk swept in and captured the entire city in one foul swoop. After fighting for weeks on end to take down the gangs, cults, and betrayers of the government, everything was quickly undone by a superior force that had been planning and studying for months before finally showing their true force and military power. Ellis disappeared shortly after this encounter, but the briefcase had been taken by Barton's crew to be extracted via their Washington DC headquarters at Tidal Basin. The Black Tusk see the other factions as merely a hindrance to their overall goals. The division, the civilian militia, they were all to be dealt with if they didn't succumb to their rule. But in saying that, they saw a potential in using them to further their plans while they were still in hiding.
Hyenas?
That's what they call themselves. Don't ask me.
Huh.
They're essentially an alliance of gangs led by a council of representatives from the toughest subgroups.
Federation of assholes.
Pretty much.
What about the True Sons? Former JTF commander went bad. Started his own private army. They've been the dominant group in DC for a while, when it comes to territory and firepower.
And the Outcasts?
Crazies.
That's very incisive, Brenner.
They survived a forced quarantine, got fucked over pretty bad. They're pissed about it. Now they're on the rampage. Typical terror-style tactics, mostly, dabbling in biological warfare.
What the fuck is wrong with people?
Like I said, crazies.
Well, they're all the division's problem for the time being, but, maybe we can destabilize the situation a bit?
Hyenas are probably the best bet. Feed them some material support, they'll be a thorn in everybody's side, and they aren't organized enough to present a serious problem in the long term.
Good recommendation, Eli. I'll talk to the boss.
In an attempt to keep the division busy while they continued to work on their plans, the Black Tusk agreed to supply the Hyenas with weapons. It's not that they trusted them, they just saw them as easier to control and then remove when the time came. Another puppet to their master plan. Barton passed on the antivirals to an officer named Mila Radek, otherwise known as Wyvern. She was tasked with getting the virals out of Washington. Wyvern is very professional, detached, and coldly accepts setbacks and failures. She always follows orders. However, as the division agents roll in and take down her means of sending the virals from the city, she appears to lose her composure. Towards the end of the Tidal Basin stronghold, she disobeys a direct order from her superior, Barton Schaefer, to retreat. Instead, she stays and tries to arm missiles to blow up the White House. Barton is deeply against this, but she continues to proceed. But again, the division are able to fight her back and destroy the missile launchers. The antivirals are retrieved, and Washington is once again safe. The Black Tusk is smart, trained, and well-equipped. They also have the financial backing of an organization that rivals the leadership of the United States. But the Black Tusk aren't oblivious to the fact that they too are being used as puppets in someone else's game.
Boss says the situation is legit.
Then it's legit, but that don't mean any of this is doable.
These are some very powerful individuals, apparently. Capable of pulling strings on folks that don't even realize they're puppets.
Pretty much guarantees a double cross, then. Guys like us are a loose end for people who don't want loose ends.
Our boss has some thoughts about that. Thinks we'll have sufficient leverage to come out okay. I think he's envisioning us as the Praetorian Guard of the new dynasty.
Well, he's ambitious, I'll give him that.
Don't forget, we have ridiculous firepower.
That does tip the scales a bit.
They understand the objectives of their employer, to create a new dynasty, and see themselves as a potential loose end that will need to be dealt with. but through their superior training and equipment, they see themselves as the new Praetorian Guard amongst the new dynasty. Although they might not be calling the shots, it comes down to them whether it will be actioned. Anyone familiar with the Praetorian Guard of the Roman period knows that it ends up being them that held the true power in Rome. Emperors rose and fell at their command. President Ellis would eventually be located at the presidential retreat, Camp Whiteoak. Under heavy guard by Black Tusk forces, the JTF and the division assault the compound in an attempt to rescue Ellis and bring him back for questioning. Unfortunately, before they could reach him, he managed to escape. The division agents then turn their attention to the Pentagon. They've received a transmission from an agent close by. This agent was scouting the DARPA labs to see if they'd succeeded in developing a perfusion bioreactor. With this device, they would be able to produce large quantities of the broad-spectrum antivirals and start to distribute them across the population. However, they weren't the only ones looking for it. A large Black Tusk operation was underway. They were attempting to dig down through the Pentagon and extract the bioreactor. But the division agents managed to put a stop to this, in turn killing dozens of Black Tusk officers. The perfusion bioreactor has now been kept at the White House, along with the broad-spectrum antivirals. The next step towards creating a cure requires the agents to find someone capable of running such an undertaking, someone with experience in this field. After securing the perfusion bioreactor from the DARPA labs, the next step is to start mass producing the antivirals. But in order to do this, the right people are required to run the project. Vitaly Tronenko is one of the very few surviving expert virologists who also had a first-hand experience working with the creator of the original dollar flu, Dr. Gordon Amherst. His skill set would be invaluable for this task. Since relatively early on in the outbreak, Vitaly has been a prisoner of Aaron Keener. While working with the LMB, Keener captured him from the Russian consulate before the division was able to step in. When the SHD pursued the LMB back to their headquarters, rather than stay and fight, Keener left them for dead, taking Vitaly with him. Up until now, this was the last we heard of Vitaly Tronenko. Keener had openly told the SHD that along with Gordon Amherst's research notes and a DNA printer, he would be producing his own, more powerful, weaponized version of the virus. Many months later, they both seem to have come out of hiding.
I don't know why he is forcing me to make this. I don't know if I want to know. Keener never does anything by chance. There is always a purpose. At least one. Sometimes 10, for everything he does. I don't want to speculate because it's too dark. Knowing the things he's done, and the things this new virus can do. But if we're lucky, he will use this on himself, and this is all just an elaborate way to get me to kill him in a very dramatic fashion. I don't know how anyone could live with themselves after the things he's done. I don't know how to live with myself. I didn't know what I was doing when I was working with Amherst. That work was about science, not the application. I didn't see the applications, but now, with Keener's virus, I see too many, and all of them terrify me. I'm sorry, Mr. Keener. I don't know what happened.
It's okay. We can try again.
I don't have any more of the viral samples. They were destroyed in the experiment.
That's fine. You don't keep all your eggs in one basket. I get more.
You have more of the virus?
Of course, Vitaly. I get you whatever you need. Just stay focused on your work and try to stay calm. You make silly mistakes when you're stressed. I wouldn't want you to hurt yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Keener.
Sleep well. I'll get you another sample. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night, Mr. Keener.
True to his word, Keener has been using Vitaly to create and perfect his new, improved version of the virus. Vitaly has obviously been trying his best not to help, and in fact sabotage the project. But Keener being Keener was prepared for this.
The latest version is more potent, and the time from exposure to termination has been cut in half. Average time of death after exposure on the last batch was 5 minutes and 24 seconds. Results are promising. Keener will be pleased. This is not me. This is not who I wanted to be. I wanted to help people. To cure cancer with viruses, not weaponize them. But Keener? He forces me to use my research to... I wish I was brave enough to take my own life, but... can't. I'm a coward. It would be so easy to just drop a vial on the ground and let it take me. But I can't. If I get it down to 1 minute, then I think I wouldn't be afraid anymore. I could handle that pain for a minute, but not for 5. Okay, back to work.
Vitaly has been well looked after by Keener, but he is still pushing him to do something that is completely against his morals. Keener is a dangerous man, and Vitaly is aware of what he's capable of. Although he's been good to him, as far as one could be when being held captive, Vitaly is worried about what might happen to him if he doesn't do what is instructed. He is alone, and he's been hostage for so long that he has no idea if anyone is even looking for him, or even knows he's missing. In Vitaly's eyes, if he was strong enough, he would have removed himself from the equation long ago. This sort of work wasn't him. He wanted to help people. He's an academic, but he's no hero.
Are you finished?
Yes.
Great. So we need to talk about your next project.
Please, Mr. Keener. The results of the latest experiments are violent enough. Please don't make me create something like that again.
Oh, no, Vitaly. You misunderstand me.
Are you going to kill me?
Vitaly, of course not. I'm letting you go.
You are?
I found a group that will keep you safe. And you've really done exceptional work, and people are starting to take notice.
Who are these people?
Black Tusk. You like them. They're a very elite group and professional. They'll keep you busy.
Eventually, Vitaly completed Keener's task. He had created a new weaponized version of the virus that was capable of killing someone who was exposed in just over 5 minutes. So now Keener has a new plan for him. He was gifting him to the Black Tusk.
So what's the deal here? You just going to give us Chernenko?
Yes.
And what do you want in return?
I've got something in mind. Don't worry, it's a reasonable trade. I'll send you the details.
From what I've heard about you, you don't strike me as reasonable.
You can't believe everything you hear, Dolores.
Jones. We're not on a first-name basis. You're not my friend, Keener.
You're a tough cookie, Jones. I respect that.
Dolores Jones is the Black Tusk commander in New York. She occupies the Coney Island area in Brooklyn. Keener contacted Jones and offered Vitaly as a trade. Naturally, knowing Keener in his past, Jones was suspicious and questioned Keener's motives. He simply stated that he had something in mind for a future date. This only pushed her suspicions further, but the Russian scientist was too valuable to pass up this offer.
He's not infected, is he?
Why would he be infected?
You play in the dirt, you tend to get dirty. A virologist without a proper lab? I expect him to have a virus.
He's clean. But if you're worried about it, just put him in quarantine.
You really ain't making it easier to trust you.
I'm sure you've got resources at your disposal. Stick him in a box and have your medics give him a once-over. We'll see. He's healthy as anyone can be in this situation.
Yeah, that's what I'm worried about.
Worried that Vitaly might be infected with the green poison, he was placed in a containment chamber so he could be monitored before moving him on. Jones brought in BTSU operative Elijah Sumner to help her team protect the asset, and this is when it became apparent that the SHD were aware of what was happening on the island. Vivian Conley is a former division agent who turned her back on the SHD not long after she lost her family to the green poison early on in the outbreak. Before activation, she was a counter-terrorism intelligence agent and chemical engineer. After parting ways with the division, she came across the now leaderless members of the Cleaner faction. They took her in, understanding the pain and suffering she was going through. Conley went on to reassemble the Cleaners and reignite their purpose of eradicating the virus and all of those responsible for its creation. She picked up where Joe Ferro left off before he was slain by the agents of the SHD. Except this time, they were being led by someone with a military background. Someone who was highly trained in strategy and has in-depth knowledge and insight into the enemy they were coming up against. Conley set forth upgrading their weapons and equipment and helped place this grief-stricken group of ex-government contract workers into a far more driven and formidable force than the city has ever seen before.
Vivian, if you want your family to get justice, we need to work together.
The Cleaners don't trust outsiders.
They trust you.
I'm not an outsider.
I just want to help.
They'll want to know where their intel is coming from.
You're an agent. They know how resourceful you can be. And if they keep pushing, just tell them it was Kajika.
Okay. When can you get it to me?
Tomorrow. Just tell me where and when to meet you.
You know where I stand, Keener.
I do, Vivian. This is important to you. We need to get justice for your family.
You know where he is?
I do.
You're positive?
Last Man Battalion had him. Black Tusk showed up, and they were more than happy to switch sides. Chernenko's been in their custody the whole time.
That Russian motherfucker is gonna pay for what he did.
You have to be smart about it. I'll clear the boardwalk, then your team will be clear to strike.
All right. Black Tusk won't know what hit him.
Fast forward to the events happening on Coney Island. Conley is approached by Aaron Keener. He informs her of Vitaly's whereabouts and that the LMB has had him the whole time. Without their leader, the LMB joined up with the Black Tusk and were absorbed into their ranks. On top of this, they handed over custody of the Russian scientist. Consumed by rage, but thrilled with the idea of being able to exact revenge on someone that they deemed responsible for helping cause the Dollar Flu outbreak, Conley ordered the Keeners to assault the Black Tusk on Coney Island.
We're set. 1600. Meet at the ferry terminal.
Fuck yeah. I can't believe you found that fucker.
Good to have friends on the inside.
We ever gonna meet this insider?
Cut the chatter.
Sorry, ma'am.
All right. Who's ready to collect Chernenko's ashes?
The cleaners couldn't know that Conley was getting this information from Keener. As Conley said, they don't trust outsiders, especially not Keener. Vitaly Chernenko doesn't know it, but he's the most valuable asset on the planet right now. The SHD need him to oversee the management and production of the antivirals. The Black Tusk want him presumably for the same reason, when they recaptured the bioreactor and the antivirals from the White House. And the cleaners? Well, they just want to see him burn. However, unfortunately for the cleaners, the division beat them to it. They launch a strike on the island, having to throw all caution into the wind in order to extract Vitaly. They had to strike hard and fast before the Black Tusk had time to react. The division managed to extract Vitaly before an unexpected attack from the cleaners swept across the island. The division agents fall back as the cleaners quickly begin to burn through the remaining forces of the Black Tusk. Dolores Jones and the Black Tusk quickly catch on that they've been betrayed by Keener. The SHD find out that Keener is still close and proceed to search for him on the island. While the cleaners are burning everything in sight and the bulk of the Black Tusk force is being kept busy, the division agents manage to come across and kill both Elijah Subner and Dolores Jones, effectively putting an end to the Black Tusk's presence on Coney Island.
What the? I lost control of the drone. Who the hell is doing this?
Congratulations, Agent. You got Chernenko. Now that's okay, you can keep him. He has served his purpose. Now this operation went much smoother than I expected, and that is partially thanks to you. I know it's frustrating. I'm right here and you're right there. But never forget, I will always be one step ahead of you. I'm in control, because I'm not afraid to take control. You still follow orders. That's why you never win. I'll see you real soon.
While scouting the island with a drone to locate Keener, control of the drone was suddenly lost. Although it seems that he wasn't expecting the division to be involved in this conflict, he certainly wasn't fazed by it. The division have once again missed their opportunity to capture Keener.
We thought our world would last forever. Until a single virus destroyed society in a few days. But here we are, 8 months later, and you haven't learned anything. somehow you can't see that you're making the same mistakes that brought it all down in the first place. Your job, Agent, is to protect this delusion. And I have sworn to destroy it. You can try to stop me, hunt me down, kill me. But this is bigger than any of us. So you're gonna have to ask yourself, is this a fight you think you can win?
A distress call was received from the Division Command in Lower Manhattan. City Hall has been attacked. Agents from Washington make their way to New York. Through video surveillance, it's found that a group of rogues, led by Aaron Keener, were the ones responsible. The attack left the building completely destroyed and contaminated by a new unknown virus that Keener had acquired from Vitaly Tronenko before they parted ways. The hunt for Aaron Keener was on. The division agent set up a base in a local settlement called Haven, where the local commanding agent, Fei Lau, got to work compiling clues on Keener's whereabouts. With all that had happened over the last few months in New York, with countless once loyal agents going rogue, faith in the division was at an all-time low. Agents would have to regain the trust of the remaining population if they were to succeed. Theo Parnell showed academic excellence from a very early age. Unfortunately, this, coupled with a strong distrust of authority, led to a number of altercations with his teachers, and eventually much larger legal complications whilst he was growing up.
Congressman Parnell, do you have anything to say about Professor Spencer's recent allegations regarding your son, Theo?
I have nothing further to add. As I stated in my press release, these allegations are completely unfounded.
Professor Spencer shared his car's data logs with us this morning, which suggests that the software indeed was tampered with. It corroborates his story.
Which has nothing to do with my son. Now, if you'll excuse me.
4 months ago, your son posted hacking tutorials online, several of which featured similar car systems being cracked. Videos that have since been removed.
Look, I know my son. He's a smart, clever boy. He likes to pick things apart to see how they work. But he's a respectful, honorable, and kind young man.
Have you seen the video Theo posted of the accident?
I am confident that he will be fully exonerated. Thank you.
As the son of a US senator, his father was able to use his political position to keep his son out of trouble, and more importantly, keep his exploits off the record. This certainly wasn't without damage to his own public image though, and he was harshly criticized by others within his political circle. Over the course of time, Parnell found his feet, curbed his escapades, and became a Navy remotely piloted aircraft, or RPA pilot, as well as an exceptional mechanical engineer. Eventually, Parnell was recruited by the Strategic Homeland Division for his technical expertise and his highly innovative approach to problem solving. During his psychological evaluation, it was noted that he showed extensive analytical thinking. However, his weakness or flaw is that he's incredibly cautious and trusting higher authority, and it was noted this may cause some conflict in the future. In regards to the division, he was activated as part of the first wave to assist the JTF in maintaining control of the quarantine zone in Manhattan. Not long after the operation failed and the JTF pulled out, Theo's father passed away under suspicious circumstances. It was around this time that paranoia set in, and he became highly suspicious of the government and their objectives.
I still can't pin anything directly to Kensington. She was out of DC when it happened, and I don't have any records of meetings or calls with anyone who could carry out a hit. She's smart. Probably knew I would look at her first. I need to find another angle. Even if they use burner phones and have staffers scrubbing their data, there's no way they can completely cover their tracks. Eventually, they'll expose themselves, and I'll be ready. I know Kensington had my dad killed to protect Waller. I know why, I know how, I just can't prove it. Yet.
Later on, while patrolling Lower Manhattan, Theo ran into a newly rogued agent by the name of Aaron Keener.
Don't move!
So much power in one finger.
I said don't move.
Now, you wouldn't shoot me in the back, now would you, Theo?
You're rogue, sir.
Keener or Aaron. Not sir. We're equals. I'm not your SO anymore.
They're saying you committed war crimes.
Who, the JTF? People who walled us in to die? Or ISAC?
Whoa. Are you saying Isaac's been compromised?
I know you, Theo. You know how tech can be exploited. I'm just asking, do I seem rogue to you? Or is the problem somewhere higher up?
Unsurprisingly, and in classic Keener style, he smoothly took Parnell around. He fed into his already suspicious nature, and in his mind, Keener confirmed to him that the system, the government, and the division was without a doubt corrupt to the core. Keener wholeheartedly encouraged Parnell to look into the allegations, seek the whole story, and go beyond the curve. And of course, he would be more than happy to lend out his own contacts to assist in finding the truth. Through these interactions, Keener was able to convince Parnell to join him, as he was well aware of what he was capable of, and Keener knew that his skills as a tech specialist would further benefit him in his future plans in regard to the government, a new virus, and his very own rogue network.
How's the hunt going? You get any new leads for my intel?
You were right. There's so much shit to uncover. Did you know that Mendez didn't commit suicide?
Oh yeah, that's clearly a hit.
You think the same people are responsible for my dad?
It's possible. Your dad and Ellis never really saw eye to eye. He wasn't the kind of man you could easily control or manipulate, unlike Ellis.
I didn't think Ellis had that much power.
Well, he's president now. He's always been ambitious. Wouldn't surprise me if he felt threatened by your dad, worried about him taking speaker in the next election cycle if the majority turned.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Theo, if you're not too busy, I could use your help with something.
Sure. What do you need?
Do you think you'll be able to hack and reprogram an encrypted guidance system?
Well, I can try. You know I love a challenge.
Keener continued to feed Parnell's suspicions. He provided him a number of answers and gave him the means to find intel that would have otherwise been hidden to him. Because of these resources and their like-minded thinking, Keener was able to persuade Parnell to join his side. He eventually disavowed the division, began working for Keener, and together they started acting out on Keener's plans to eliminate the division, the government, and those calling the shots.
Attention all agents. This is an emergency alert. The division is compromised. You have been led to believe that you serve a noble cause, that you are empowered to do whatever it takes to save what remains. But you don't know the whole story. You don't know who's pulling the strings and giving the orders. The truth is that you are all unknowingly serving a shadowy group of profiteers, a group that doesn't want to restore democracy and freedom, but create a fascist plutocracy that only benefits themselves. The division is nothing but a tool to serve their agenda. The division does not serve the state. It does not serve the people. Look at the data. Don't take my word for it. Look for yourselves. You'll see I'm telling the truth.
Parnell was now working for Keener. Almost immediately, he's given the job of hacking into and reprogramming an encrypted guidance system. Parnell managed to get access to the code using ISAC and began building a control interface. However, there were issues with the remote access. Most cell towers were out of commission, so they would have to rely on satellites, and this would require a command center to maintain these systems. Keener provided him with the technology, resources, and an abandoned containment center where he could comfortably complete his tasks. There was a lot of work to be done, and it would take resources and most importantly time, and Keener wasn't going to take any chances with outside interference from the division. So he requested that Dragov send over some manpower in the form of Rikers to look after the facilities and above all, protect Parnell. One of these men included a Riker by the name of Judge.
Dragov sent you?
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. I'm Theo.
Judge.
So, where's the executioner?
Dragov said you needed protection.
I don't need protection.
Okay. Look, I know you don't want us here. Stomping all over your precious whatever the fuck this shit is.
Don't worry about it.
But here's the deal. That red ring puts a target on your back. And Dragov doesn't want anyone to kill you prematurely.
Huh. That's very thoughtful of him.
So we'll stick around until Dragov tells us to leave. Honestly, I don't give a shit, one way or the other. I'm just hoping some division fuckhead will try to kill you so I can get another trophy.
Right. Well, that's cool. Anyway, I'll be upstairs.
Javier Kajika was born in Belen, New Mexico. He was an operative of the Joint Special Operations Command, where he was a Black Ops hitman for the US government. Kajika was eventually recruited by the Strategic Homeland Division for his vast experience, tactical skills, and his resilience when under pressure. However, there were some questions regarding his psychological evaluation.
Then we have Kajika. I don't know about this guy.
What's not to know? He checks all the boxes. Army and Spec Ops background, strong work ethic, multiple decorations, and letters of recommendation.
His psych eval is inconclusive.
What does that even mean?
It means we don't know what's going on inside his head. It means for all we know, a little pressure and he'll snap.
Did you even read his reports? He's been through hell and back. If he's going to snap, he would have already.
I'm just saying it's a risk. He could just be really good at hiding his flaws.
Look, can we get a second opinion? I really don't want to throw this guy out on the whims of one psychologist.
I'll take care of it.
Regardless of the concerns, in the end, Kajika was selected as a division agent. He was activated in New York City after the dollar flu outbreak to assist the JTF in maintaining control of the quarantine zone in Manhattan. Given his Black Ops experience, he was considered a true asset to the division's first wave. Although he had the utmost confidence that he and his fellow first wave agents would get the job done through any means necessary, he had some strong doubts about the JTF.
So, what's the structure?
The police, fire department, and National Guard have consolidated into the Joint Task Force. Effective immediately, the JTF will liaise with the division.
They're inexperienced. Can we trust them to fall in line?
There is no falling in line. They are the locals and we are the outsiders.
Being local doesn't mean they'll make the right decisions. Emotional attachments cloud better judgment.
Which is why we need to listen to what they have to say, get on their good side, and make sure the transition runs as smoothly as possible. It's no secret that the good people of New York have struggled to contain this thing. They care about this city. It's our job to support them and keep it from falling apart.
We'll get the job done. But I'm not depending on people who are already starting to crack.
When the operation failed and the government withdrew the JTF and started evacuating the quarantine zone, Kajika continued to work through, saving as many civilian lives as possible. However, he eventually found himself trapped by hostile forces while leading a group of civilians to safety. Kajika put an urgent request through to the JTF command.
This is Javier Kajika. Rikers have overrun the building, requesting JTF support.
Request denied.
We can't hold them alone.
We're falling back. You should too.
What?
We've called an evacuation order.
We need to finish this.
It's already in motion. Nothing left but a couple of stragglers.
You can't just leave.
It's over, Agent. I'm not having any more deaths on my conscience.
I should have known you'd fuck us. If we stay, we're dead. If we leave, we're rogue.
I'm sorry, Agent. There's nothing I can do. Over and out.
Fuck!
Kajika's request was denied. He was left with a decision to either stay and die, or escape, abandoning the civilians, in turn being marked as rogue by ISAC. Kajika was furious with the JTF and the government betrayal. Hell-bent on revenge, he would choose to use his years of training and expertise in special operations to find and kill all of those who were responsible for leaving him behind to die.
You had a choice. Stay or leave. You chose to leave.
It was chaos. There was nothing I could do.
You all have one thing in common. A severe lack of accountability.
No, it's not like that.
No?
This has never happened before.
So you absolved yourself of responsibility.
We helped people.
By sacrificing others. You people don't deserve this city.
Please. We can make this right. I can make this right. Let me help.
It's too late for that.
Please.
Since you're so intent on passing the blame, I'm gonna need some names.
Aaron Keener, well aware of his situation and background, saw Kajika as a valuable asset in his mission against the government. Keener promised Kajika, in return for doing his bidding, that he would supply him with the details of the people involved with making the decisions on the day that the JTF was told to evacuate the quarantine zone. As a down payment, Keener provided him with a JTF officer to kill on sight.
I want to make sure our paths align. The traitors and deserters who abandoned us in the dark zone. You want them dead, so do I.
I'm tracking them down.
With my intel and connections, you won't have to.
I'm doing this my way, Keener.
I can give you access to the cleaners. All you have to do is guide them in the right direction. You're working down here, they're working down here. Might as well work together.
What do you get out of it?
I don't get my hands dirty.
And him?
Consider him a down payment. So, do we have a deal?
Following on from this, Keener approached rogue agent Vivian Conley. He wanted Kajika to have access to the cleaners so he could utilize them in his mission.
You really want me to work with Kajika?
It's not about what I want. It's about what we need. He's got resources we can exploit.
I don't like the idea of working with someone on a vigilante crusade.
That's irrelevant. He wants the JTF out of the picture. The cleaners need the same thing. Mutual benefit.
If I don't trust him, the cleaners won't trust him.
Which is why I need you with me on this one. He's like you. He's dedicated.
He's nothing like me.
Look, Viv, we're so close to achieving what we've been talking about. With Kajika on board, we can finally make it happen. I trust him to deliver on his end. He will help us succeed.
Fine. You vouch for him? He's your responsibility.
Although apprehensive at first, Keener managed to persuade her. It wasn't particularly smooth sailing from here though. Kajika's mission and methods towards achieving it clashed quite heavily with the way the cleaners worked. He was repeatedly questioned after asking for their support, of which he would usually respond in threats.
There's a JTF convoy heading to Battery Park. Are they infected? Does it matter? You think we do what we do for the hell of it? This shit takes a toll. They're treating the infected. We'll do what needs to be done, but on our terms. You have mine. I said on our terms. We're on damage control. We're not here to pick up your dry cleaning.
This is non-negotiable. You should respect that.
Jame Dragov's father was the head of a Russian crime family, so unsurprisingly, he grew up around extortion, bribery, and murder. He watched a number of good people turn bad, tainted by corruption and greed. The family was built on crime. But Dragov chose a different path, the law, and became a New York police officer. However, much to his dismay, he found that things weren't so different in the force, where egotism, deceit, and bribes were abundant. So he made it his own personal mission to dedicate his career in bringing down the extortion and lies, and put a stop to it once and for all. Naturally, Dragov made a name for himself. With his stern and sharpshooting ways, he was beginning to accomplish changes within his department on in-house crime. From here, he began to get noticed by recruiters, and not long after, he was brought on board by the Strategic Homeland Division. He was activated along with the first wave division agents, but instead of assisting with the quarantine in Manhattan, he was tasked with helping the remaining correctional officers on Rikers Island. The dollar flu had made it here too, and the dwindling guard presence due to sickness meant that they required extra support at this time. But as the virus spread throughout the city, prison riots began to get out of control, and communications to Rikers Island was lost. Before he was stationed on Rikers Island, Dragov was already starting to show signs of frustration and of being disenchanted with the division.
The fuck? How are this many agents assigned to Tribeca?
Not really that surprising. You check who lives around here? It's a who's who of Manhattan.
These people can get out whenever they damn well please.
They don't want to. These families have never faced adversity. Their biggest challenges are deciding what country to import their nannies from and which divorce and immigration lawyers to hire.
So what you're saying is silver spoons and detached from reality.
Got it on the first try. Smarter than you look.
I hope the division would be free from this type of corruption.
Nope. Check that side of the street. I think I saw a movement.
Roger that.
In his eyes, the twisted morals of his criminal family and the crooked police force lies and manipulations had somehow managed to creep its way into the division's ranks. He was beginning to realize that even the best of them can be turned, and that extortion is everywhere. Money is power. The rich were being taken care of, while the poor were left struggling to survive. Fast forward to Rikers Island. The prison warden had made the call for all staff to leave the island. This was the last straw for Dragov.
What are you doing with the inmates?
It'll stay here.
You're leaving people in lockup?
Not everyone. Low-risk inmates have already been released, but the rest will have to remain in their cells. It's for everyone's safety. We can't ensure their transition into society.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
It's not your call to make, Agent. You have a direct order to escort me off the island.
My orders are to serve the people. It's a shame I got distracted doing my job and wasn't here in time to save you.
Wait, what are you doing? Hey, no, stop!
Dragov killed the warden and freed the prisoners. He wasn't prepared to just leave them there to starve to death in their cells. He was marked as rogue, but before he left Rikers Island, he grabbed the guard keys and handed them to Larry Barrett. Some time passed. A second wave of division agents was activated in New York. They launched an attack on the Rikers stronghold and managed to put an end to their leader, Larry Barrett. The remaining Rikers were in a state of disarray. Infighting had begun as gang leaders fought amongst themselves to become the new Rikers leader. Dragov received a visit from a Rikers member who knew him from the prison.
You recognize me?
Not really. Rikers? You a former inmate or one of the new recruits?
I was 2 cells over when you threw the warden's keys to Barrett.
Hope you're not looking for a handout.
Nah, ain't like that. I thought you'd like to hear about an opportunity.
I'm listening.
Barrett took a bullet. Or 10. There's a lot of internal conflict, so...
Not sure I'm the right guy.
Just come by and say hello. I think you'll like us. We already owe you.
Unsure at first, he decided to go and see what he had to work with, and what he found was a group of desperate people who simply wanted to survive. He saw these as his people, his family.
I watched how this country responded to calls from help from those in need. Discarding them to come to the aid of men with means. We showed them. We stormed their castles. We took from them what they took from us. We threw those rich bastards out of their penthouses, and we built something from the ruins. A community. No. A family. Dad'd be proud. Family first, Milenkilev. Oh, he taught me a lot. But not that he meant to. I watched as he bent men to his will. How he corrupted people around him, changing good to bad, the innocent to guilty. The family he built was one of crime, of extortion, of bribery, of murder. I chose the law. And all I saw was a different side of the same coin. Police, corrupt thugs taking petty bribes. Division, ha! Delusional killers of the highest order. The apple doesn't fall far from the tree. You? Yeah, you're criminals. I am too. We all are. But you didn't deserve what they did to you. So now, we'll take what we can. It's time to ring in a new era.
Dragov was able to bring the Rikers crew together. The in-house fighting stopped. Under his guidance, they had structure, and they were carving out territory that they could call home. After months of babysitting the rich, Dragov had gone full circle and was taken from them in order to build up supplies for his new family. The Riker ranks were starting to swell from the joining of local gangs and desperate families who were struggling to survive alone. With the Rikers, they had security, food, and supplies to last them a lifetime. After being left for dead on the prison island, things were starting to look pretty good. But Dragov's successes were starting to get him recognized outside of the group, and eventually he received a visit from a certain rogue agent called Aaron Keener.
I'm gonna need a list.
Here you go.
Some of these are gonna be hard to find. Sarah crates aren't so bad. These specialized chemicals and viral cultures, though, they'll take some time.
I'm patient, but I'm job number 1. Unless you want to start experiencing staff loss.
Fuck you, Keener. These people are family.
Just think of me as a second cousin if that makes it easier.
I won't, and it doesn't. But I'll get the shit on your list with the condition that you leave us alone.
Loaded at the pier. I'll give times and locations for deliveries. Don't worry. I'll make it worth your while.
Dragov isn't all that interested in working with Keener, but understands the value of keeping on his good side. In saying this, perhaps he took too long, or maybe Keener just wanted to show what he was capable of.
Everyone, shut the fuck up! You may have heard rumblings after the bloodbath in Midtown. Yeah, it's true. We lost a lot of good people. People I consider family.
What the fuck happened?
Keener happened. And unless we play ball, he'll keep happening.
Fuck that guy. Let's kill him.
Shut the fuck up, Ron.
I don't like this any more than you. But this is an opportunity for us. And it'll keep us in the good graces of a powerful ally. First things first. We're moving downtown. We're gonna take an enclave in the heart of the financial district itself.
What's an enclave?
God damn it, Ron. Shut the fuck up.
Dragov and the Rikers proceeded to storm Wall Street. They shifted their entire operation down to Lower Manhattan, again taking from the rich and stockpiling vast amounts of food, weapons, body armor, and ammunition. He was able to set up his black market operations, where people who had the resources to trade could visit. This would also help with acquiring some of the more unusual pieces from Keener's list. However, Keener was starting to grow impatient.
Was I unclear?
Don't patronize me, Keener.
I'm honestly asking, because you still haven't delivered.
You realize that moving our entire operation south takes time, don't you?
Do I look like a man who cares about your problems? I care about one thing, the delivery of the supplies I asked for.
You'll get them. This shit is hard to find.
You got 24 hours. If I don't get a delivery by then, I'll make what happened to Heavy look downright pleasant compared to the rest of your crew.
Wait. What the fuck did you do to Heavy?
I'm sure you'll figure it out. Don't make me come back.
Keener's list included biohazard materials and items that would require chemists to prepare. Because of this, he wasn't able to complete his order on time. As punishment, Keener killed the Rikers member, Heavy, and told Dragov that he would continue eliminating Riker members if he didn't deliver. Reluctantly, Dragov complied and helped Keener with various other tasks for the sake of his new family. Vivian Conley possessed an impressive resume, much of which placed her quickly in the sights of the SHD recruiters. As a chemical engineer, she learned how to develop and design chemical manufacturing processes. Another valuable set of skills included her work as a counter-terrorism agent, where she incorporated military tactics, techniques, and strategy to neutralize terrorists and their organizations. However, not everyone was convinced she'd be the right fit for the role as a division agent.
Tendencies for fixation and obsession. Well, that's exactly what we want in an agent. Someone who gets obsessed with a target and goes after them regardless of the collateral.
Or she will just commit to the mission. Fixation and obsession can be a good thing.
You just like her because she's a techie.
Hey, we need people who are willing to think outside of the box. And we need more people that can fix our shit when it breaks. She's resourceful.
And obsessive.
The program will guide her in the right direction and give her the right focus. She's smart, capable, and fucking brilliant.
We can't depend on continuous training for these people to qualify. We need to have a standard from the get-go. What if they're activated tomorrow? Would you be comfortable having Conley out there?
I would. No question.
All right. I'll put her on for the next phase.
During Vivian's psych evaluation, a number of concerns were highlighted in regards to her extreme, obsessive behaviors, which could have the potential to cause a number of problems while out in the field. But like so many before her, she was pushed through regardless of the psychiatric spheres and given the go-ahead to progress to the next stage of recruitment. Not long after the green poison outbreak, Conley was activated as first wave agent and deployed into Midtown Manhattan to assist the JTF in securing the quarantine zone. Shortly after her activation, the Joint Task Force left the area, leaving Conley and the other division agents to complete the assignment on their own. As the agents struggled with this seemingly impossible task, eventually a number of them were killed off by the growing hostile presence, while others succumbed to the virus itself, and those survived were forced to retreat.
Hey, Conley.
Keener? You're still alive?
Thanks to your turret.
Can you believe the JTF would turn on us like that?
I believe weak people will always make bad choices when they're scared.
And we'll have to pick up the slack.
You want some help?
Not on this one. You'll only get in my way.
Comes with the territory.
I'm gonna take care of this.
Fortunately for Conley, she was one of the few that managed to get away. However, sadly for her, she was about to find out that her own family had just become some of the latest victims of the dollar flu. Mad with grief, Conley needed someone to blame. Someone needed to pay for this incompetence and mishandling of the crisis. She decided to focus her anger solely on the government and the obedient JTF soldiers who blindly followed their orders. But eventually even she would be caught up in the chaos and found herself in the middle of a hot zone that resulted in her being trapped under a pile of rubble caused by an explosion from a nearby building.
We got a live one over here.
They look infected?
Nope. Might be JTF though.
Try again.
Riker?
Check the watch. She's Division. Not anymore.
Right. She's one of those. Red ring and all.
Hey, let's bring her in. Joe will want to talk to her.
Hey, don't try anything now. I'm just gonna take that little gun of yours.
Be my guest. Can't wait to see this Joe of yours.
While out on a foraging mission, a group of cleaners found Conley trapped and proceeded to take her back to see their leader, Joe Ferro. Already flagged as a rogue at this point, she was interested to see what Ferro had to say. Before long, she found herself amongst a group of ex-sanitation workers and contractors, and these guys were taking matters into their own hands. Just like herself, they too were feeling the pain of loss and abandonment after the JTF left them behind. And Conley, understandably, took comfort with these people and their plans to eradicate the virus. So unsurprisingly, not long after meeting them, she joined their ranks. Immediately she went to work, putting her previous experience as a chemical engineer to use. She started upgrading their weapon systems and training them in the basics of military combat. The cleaners quickly accepted her guidance and had already began talking about her potential as a successor to Joe Ferro one day.
You know, I've been thinking. I don't like the sound of that. With Viv having our backs like this and her reworking our entire refinery process, do we still need Joe? Don't fucking say that. No, I know. He started the whole movement and he's taking care of us. But ever since Vivian came on, I feel like Joe's doing less. And she's the one actually steering the ship.
She's an asset, yeah. But there's no question she also answers to Joe. We all do, so shut your fucking mouth and fall in line.
Oh, of course. I didn't mean nothing by it. But you know, Joe's not gonna be around forever. He will need someone to fill his shoes. The way I see it, Conley's the best choice.
Right. Obviously. But not another bad word about Joe, or I'll throw you into the fire.
Months pass. The activation of the second wave of division agents meant the cleaners were pushed right back. When eventually provoked, Joe Ferro himself got involved in trying to put a stop to the invading government forces, but he was quickly overwhelmed by the agents. Upon Ferro's death, Conley took over as his successor and quickly regrouped her scattered forces. From there, she began the restructure and reorganization of them into a group of individuals that would eventually become even more deadly than before. Because of the division, the cleaners had taken a heavy hit. Along with killing their leader, the one who started it all, their resources and fuel had also taken a hit and were running incredibly low. But Conley had foreseen this coming and had already scouted ahead to find the ideal solution to their problems.
We need more fuel. At this rate, we're gonna run out in a few weeks. We've been draining every deposit in Midtown. We were gonna use it all eventually. In Midtown, yes. We're gonna have to migrate. And abandon everything we've built? There's a stranded oil tanker on the Lower East Side. It crashed into 2 bridges during the hurricane. With oil in it? Enough to last at least 8 months. A year if we're smart.
That's unbelievable.
Went down there myself. The crew's still on board, but we can take care of that. No one else has claimed it yet. Should be a cakewalk. Put a strike team together, we'll head down there tonight and take care of the crew. Once the site's secured, I'll give a green light for backup. Then we'll have a refinery up and running in a few days.
Yes, ma'am.
Conley made the call to relocate the cleaners' operation down to southern Manhattan. There they could set up shop and begin rebuilding their ranks. Her scouts soon found an abandoned cargo ship on the shore, and Conley set the task of taking over the ship and setting it up as a refinery in order to feed their heavy need of fuel for the upcoming battles. Conley's successors soon caught up with her. Someone she hadn't seen since the JTF first pulled out of the quarantine zone came knocking.
Some friends you've made.
Keener, what are you doing here?
Checking in on you. You seem to be doing okay.
More than okay. These guys have their priorities straight. This shit isn't going to be sorted out unless we take full measures.
Well, they're very principled and uncompromising, I'll give you that.
What do you want, Keener?
Look, you need to think bigger. The cleaners aren't going to solve this on their own. You need help. Leverage.
And that would be you?
And some friends. I'm putting together something special. We are going to save this city no matter the cost, free it from disease and corruption. Take down the JTF and the division for good.
And where do we fit into that?
Well, for starters, are you familiar with a man named Vitaly Chernenko?
Rogue agent Aaron Keener came to Conley offering a partnership. While hesitant to work with Keener, her blind rage towards the dollar flu and the promise of information on the location of one of the people who were responsible for it, Vitaly Chernenko, was enough to convince her to join his side. Keener would later request that Conley bring on fellow rogue agent Javier Kajika. She wasn't interested. She had heard of Kajika and what he'd been up to, and didn't want the cleaners to be a part of it. But Keener told her of his mission, and that Kajika could assist in removing the JTF, who at this stage were the only thing standing between the cleaners and their goal. Conley reluctantly agreed. Keener provided Conley with the details of where Chernenko was being held. He informed her that the LMB had been holding him and handed him over to the Black Tusk after joining their ranks. Conley ordered the cleaners to assault the Black Tusk on Coney Island. Taken by surprise and heavily outnumbered, the Black Tusk were quickly eliminated. However, unknown to the cleaners, the SHD had also found out about Chernenko's location, and while the cleaners and Black Tusk were preoccupied with fighting with each other, they quickly moved in and extracted the Russian scientist. Keener ordered Parnell, Conley, Dragov, and Kajika to assault the JTF base of operations in Lower Manhattan, City Hall. They attacked the JTF forces on site and set up Keener's newly developed virus-spreading devices. The division agents arrived from Washington, DC, and investigated the attack. While there, they found evidence pointing directly to the rogues, which proved that they were the ones behind the attacks. After further investigation, it was determined that they were in fact working for Keener. Over the course of time, the agents would be tracked down. Parnell was found to be residing in the Civic Center district, and through intel gathered by the peacekeepers, he was found out to be hiding in an abandoned containment center. The division quickly followed him to the center, but were ambushed by Rikers upon entering. After swiftly taking the Rikers down, they were then attacked by a number of Parnell's drones while in pursuit of him, while making their way through the compound. Eventually they reached the courthouse and were greeted by another group of Rikers, this time led by a heavy called Judge. Unsurprisingly, although a beast of a man, he was no match for the division. It's fair to say, by now, Parnell was running scared. Trapped and chased to the far end of the compound and cornered like a rat in a dead end, hard against the Darkzone walls, he contacted Keener and begged him to be extracted. But Keener simply told him to handle his own mess. Parnell was on his own. Forced to engage the division, he utilized his holograms and hacked the Darkzone turrets in a futile attempt to hold them back. But the division agents were too strong and managed to push through his drones and turrets and the remaining Rikers and eventually took him down. After defeating Parnell, they commandeered his watch and handed it over to Fei Lau. She would use it to assist in locating Aaron Keener. Kajika was tracked down and was found to be residing in Battery Park. Through the intel gathered by peacekeepers, he was found to be located at the Hugh Carey Tunnel. The division headed to the site and were greeted by a large group of cleaners. Kajika then taunted the agents by executing a hostage in front of them before disappearing into the compound. The division caught up with him again, but this time he had a company of cleaners. After a quick assault, the division managed to dispatch the cleaners, but Kajika escaped further into the tunnels. The agents pursued, but their attention was drawn towards a cleaner operation to attack Haven using a huge drill called Nancy.
So what do you think? It'll take some work, but I can get it back up and running. We'll need to get permission from Conley.
Already granted. Apparently it was Kajika's idea.
Then I'll have to get started right away.
How long?
How long will it take to get me 10 good engineers?
Already done.
And I'll need a backup crew to take care of any disturbances. Nancy's bound to attract some attention once she gets going.
Nancy?
Nancy gets us to where we need to go. You always gotta name your ride.
Again, the division made short work of this operation, eliminating the cleaner guards and disabling the drill. But this seemed to be Kajika's plan, to distract the agents while he prepared his defenses. The division and Kajika were to face off in a boiler room. Using the steam to his advantage, Kajika was able to force the agents into attacking under his terms. but the agents were too strong and were able to flip control, disabling the steam and forcing them to meet on equal grounds. In a last-ditch effort, Kajika rushed towards the agents to engage in hand-to-hand combat, but before he could reach them, he was gunned down. Kajika's smartwatch was then taken by the division and handed to Fei Lau on their return. Dragov was found to be residing in the financial district, where he was running his black market operation. In an attempt to retrieve Keena's supplies, the division stormed the district. They were met by Duchess and a group of Rikers. The division dealt with Duchess and the Rikers and proceeded to claim the supplies. Pushing through the Riker defenses, the division managed to destroy an APC and made it to the stockpile exchange building, where Dragov was waiting. The division fought on and killed Dragov, as well as 2 of his lieutenants. Dragov's smartwatch was retrieved by the division and handed to Fei Lau. The division continued into the pier, where Keena's supplies were waiting. Local peacekeepers were able to provide intel on Conley's whereabouts, and from there, the agents were able to locate the cleaners who were assaulting an apartment building, with Conley being present. However, before the agents could tear through the cleaners, Conley had escaped. Through intel found within the building, the agents were able to pinpoint where Conley had been residing. She was holding out in an abandoned cargo ship on the shore of South Manhattan. The agents assaulted the cargo ship head-on and were met by a large group of cleaners. Battling floor by floor, the agents eventually made their way to the top deck, and after flushing her out by reversing the gas pipes, they faced her head-on. After a short encounter, the agents managed to take her down, but Conley had one last surprise. As she dropped to the ground screaming, the set of explosives she had strapped to her body detonated. With nothing left to Conley but his smartwatch, the agents quickly collected the watch and on their return to Haven, passed it over to Faye, who would use it to help locate Aaron Keena. Keena had set himself up on Liberty Island. His plan was to launch a ballistic missile that was filled with his new weaponized virus on Manhattan. The agents board a ferry and make their way to Liberty Island, but before they can make it there, they are attacked by the Black Tusk, who have also learned of Keena's location and are trying to get to him before the division does. They sent ground forces to stop Keena, including a Marauder-class quadcopter, Warhounds, and a Razorback missile launcher. But the division agents managed to push through and overwhelm their forces. It was now just the agents and Keena. Even with his new, more advanced SHD tech, Keena was no match for the division agents. They managed to destroy the missile launcher containing the virus and heavily wound Keena. He escaped to the pier, but his injuries proved too much. The division agents caught up to him, and before they could stop him, he activated something on his watch, something he called his legacy. With his dying breaths, he laughed at the agents, telling them they have no idea what's coming, before dying shortly after. It was at this time, broadcasted through Keena's watch, that the division discovered that the acting commander of the division in New York, Fei Lau, had gone rogue and was working with the Black Tusk.
You're done, Keener. Don't try anything.
My time's up.
Wait, what did you do? What did you do, Keener?
You have no idea what's coming.
Rogue agent, deceased.
Fuck! Fuck this guy. Come on. Let's get back to Haven.
Hostile radio intercepted.
Schaefer, come in. Schaefer? Schaefer, do you read?
Listening.
Fall back. Keener's dead. but he's activated the network.
What's the damage?
Parnell's watch is collating the data. Looks like it's all of them.
Shit, more rogue agents. Just what we fucking need.
No, it's perfect. This will bring the division to its knees. And that's when we'll end them, once and for all.
Status update. Sync with Mexican Ambassador Arturo Lechuga. Major urban areas are decimated and rural areas in the Baja Peninsula are fine.
Well, shit, Zara. I guess we should take a vacation at Cabo.
Not funny, sir.
Lighten up. The world's fucked whether we like it or not.
The United States neighboring country of Mexico was hit hard by the outbreak. Major cities have broken down, but rural areas, including the landmass to the west of the Gulf of California, have remained unaffected, although the fleeing of residents from urban centers may change this over time. However, it's the border to the south that could present larger concerns for Mexico.
Central and South America have fared relatively poorly. The breakdown in government services has factionalized the survivors, and they've coalesced into warlord factions, often led by former cartels with strong regional paramilitary power.
Cartels? Fuck.
Not solely, sir, but certainly, without markets for their products, cartels have consolidated control over regions. We have reports of violent clashes with existing governmental militaries as well.
Well, that's just fucking perfect.
Comparing the state of Central and South America to the United States, these countries are in a much worse position. While the US has had an uprising of hostile factions, the cartels have been active in South America for over 60 years. With the collapse of local governments, very little has been able to stop them from carving out new territory. Although the market for their general distribution of drugs has become more difficult for them to accommodate, they are now fighting over and controlling whole regions and their remaining populations, as well as the minimal supplies that are available. What little is left of government forces are undersupplied and spread too thin to provide any sort of resistance to the cartel expansion. The main concern for Mexico and the US is where they will turn to next when the food and medicine dries up.
Status update. Sync with Canadian intelligence. Major urban areas are decimated, and Canada's National Emergency Strategic Stockpile has been activated. Most of the western half of the country has dodged the worst of it. Rural BC is mostly unscathed.
I'm sensing a theme here, Zara. Live out in BFE. You're probably fine.
Yes, sir, that seems to be correct.
Those son of a bitch preppers ain't gonna let anyone live this down.
That's the least of our concerns, sir.
To the north, much like Mexico, populated areas have been hit hard. Being the closest country to the point of where the outbreak first struck, Canada had little time to react. However, the western side of the country seems to be faring a little better, where stockades have been put in place to stop the free movement of outsiders from infecting these communities.
Status update. Official report from the EU. Despite political paralysis around committing people to quarantine, many European countries have weathered the outbreak well. Healthcare systems manage treatments, and they've shown a high rate of success in treating the symptoms.
Sounds like a load of socialist bullshit.
The numbers don't lie, sir. That said, the collapse of their trading partners has significantly impacted urban centers with service economies.
Europe has fared a little better than most. Western EU countries have done well with isolating themselves from the worst of the outbreak, and have managed to keep their healthcare systems intact, allowing them the opportunity to adequately quarantine and treat the sick. However, although they are performing better with the virus outbreak, their problems are only just beginning. The breakdown of the global economy is quickly catching up with them. More than 50% of food alone is required to be imported in order to feed the population. Europe faces some difficult times in the months ahead.
Status update. As expected, not much in the way of information. Global economic trade collapse seems like it has an outsized impact on the Middle East. OPEC countries are actively looking to trade crude stockpiles for critical medicine and supplies.
Well, it's a damn good thing we restarted drilling in Anwar. Would have been even worse if we had to trade for oil.
Sir, Anwar drilling operations have been completely halted since the outbreak.
Why the hell would they stop?
I believe they experienced difficulty drilling without sufficient staff.
Unsurprisingly, information on this region is shaky. But regardless of impact from the virus, they seem to be in a position of power. Although they are feeling the effects of the current global trade situation, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries have vast stockpiles of crude oil, of which all countries are running desperately low at this stage. So they'll be finding themselves in a good position to control the trade market going forward.
Status update. Sync with agent station outside Moscow. Despite a major effort to contain the spread, criminal enterprises thwarted the quarantine just enough to ensure the containment failed.
I hope that bare-chested buffoon suffered.
I'm not sure that's pertinent, sir.
I don't give a fuck. He's a menace to stability and peace.
Russia has failed to contain the virus. They've essentially found themselves in a similar position to what the United States is in. Rising hostile factions have put a stop to what little procedures the government were able to put in place, including quarantines and other containment facilities. It's unclear how the government is doing, but signs are pointing to them having hunkered down to weather out the storm. Given Russia's vast geographical diversity, it's unlikely that all regions of Russia have been hit. Secluded communities are in a good position right now, as a large number have had to live self-sufficiently and independent of the larger Russian community for decades now. It's possible that the government has relocated to one of these sites while they figure out what to do next.
Status update. Reports out of Asia have been mixed. Economic devastation and catastrophic loss of life have been reported across the continent, but many regions seem to be largely untouched as well. Chinese authorities claim the situation is under control, but satellite imagery shows heavy population migration out of urban areas.
Mixed how? What are we talking about?
Initial news out of larger metropolitan areas show devastating viral spread, but some Asian countries have had little issue in rapid quarantine procedures.
So you're saying that human rights abuses have their benefits?
Not at all, sir. I'm simply stating the reality that some countries have had less political backlash with strict lockdowns.
Again, it isn't surprising that the information coming out of the countries in Asia, or more specifically China, are sending mixed messages. The integrity of publicly provided information has been questionable for decades. Larger centers have been hit hard, but because of the isolated nature of a number of countries and communities within them, the further spread of the virus seems to have been halted. Quarantines have been put in place, and the government as a whole seems completely intact. A number of these countries should see no problems making it through this situation, given that they have now survived the worst of the outbreak.
Status update. Report from our ambassador to India. Widespread outbreak and nearly complete social and economic collapse following in its wake. Major population centers have been devastated by the virus.
India? Why the fuck am I gonna be worried about India right now? Have you seen the state of this place?
In nuclear weapons, sir?
What about them?
India has them. If the government collapses and can't protect their stockpile, that's an issue for us and, really, everyone.
India's highly populated landmass is the perfect breeding ground for a large-scale and deadly pandemic, such as the dollar flu. Given its highly contagious nature, even the best reaction to the virus would have seen them struggle to contain the spread. The entire country at this stage seems to have been decimated. And although this is disheartening to see, there are larger concerns around this. Recent estimates suggest that India has around 150 to 200 nuclear warheads and has enough weapons-grade plutonium that could be used for future production of nuclear weapons. Given their geographical location and the fact that the Middle East is the only region with an excess of oil, there is a high risk of neighboring extremist groups willing to take advantage of the current global crisis and commandeer the nuclear arsenal to further their own agenda.
Status update. Such a low population density and already spotty government support structures across many African nations, much seems to remain largely unchanged.
I don't give a flying fuck about Africa. Why are you even briefing me about it?
It's my job, sir.
Well, stop briefing me on a continent with virtually no geopolitical significance. What the shit would we even do about Africa?
Care. Sir, you know I still have family there. Sir?
Although major centres have been hit, especially to the north and south of the country, the majority of Africa's population has remained untouched during this time. Decades of isolation and minimal contact from the outside world have left the bulk of African countries in one of the best positions one could hope to be in during this time. Even the global economic collapse should have little impact on the majority of these communities.
Status update. Immediate quarantine set in place and major points of ingress to Japan were quickly shut down. While this prevented the spread of the virus, food and supply shortages have been causing havoc. Fishing communities are pitching in to fill the shortfall.
Must be nice to be an island nation.
I'm not sure starvation is better than the virus, sir.
I am. This is a plague of biblical proportions.
It's not a plague, sir.
Stop being so goddamn pedantic.
Japan faced the virus with a clinical precision that was able to quickly and efficiently shut down any traces of the dollar flu from taking hold of the general population. However, much like the situation in Western Europe, Japan typically imports 60% of the food required to feed its population, and with the global trade having been completely shut down, extra pressure has been placed on the fishing communities to fill this gap. Although Japan has effectively quarantined the whole country from the virus, their problems are only about to start, as they quickly run through their remaining vital supplies with no clear answer for the future. Before Keener's death, he had organised an attack on Washington DC. Rogue agent Jupiter was given the task of carrying this out. Jupiter assembled her team of rogue agents and equipped them with the new Rogue Network smartwatches that Agent Theo Parnell had developed alongside Keener. While on mission, Jupiter would receive a package. Keener had sent her a sample of his new weaponized Eclipse virus, but with Keener now out of the picture, she had it disposed of. To her, this operation was about getting rid of the virus, not spreading something far more dangerous. Jupiter and her rogues have teamed up with the Cleaners for this mission. She informs them of the multiple reports of experiments being carried out to weaponize the virus in DC, and makes it very clear that the goal is to eradicate the green poison and anyone who could be spreading it. Following the path of destruction, Division agents would eventually catch up with Jupiter's rogues and take them out one by one. It was discovered that Jupiter was on Roosevelt Island, uncovering a newly developed EMP technology from a cargo plane that had crashed there some time ago. This tech was capable of neutralizing all non-Rogue Network SHD tech, including the agent's armor. Her plan was to recover all the tech and dispatch it out to the rogue agents nationwide, rendering the Division completely helpless. By the time Division agents caught up with her, the Cleaners had set up a solid foothold on the island and were preparing to use it as a staging point for their mission of cleansing Washington DC of the virus by burning it to the ground. But the agents were too much for them. The Cleaners were pushed back. Even after Jupiter had them utilize the new EMP jammers against them, they fought through, killing the Cleaners, the EMPs, and eventually Jupiter. Rogue agent Hornet had history with Keener. They served together in the US Army long before they were recruited by the Division. Hornet saw them as brothers and would do anything that was asked of him. During Keener's attack on Lower Manhattan, he gave Hornet some of the Eclipse virus, along with instructions on how to create more. On top of this, he tasked Hornet with going to Washington DC, along with 4 other rogue agents, to recruit members to his cause. The Outcasts were the most likely solution, as they were currently leaderless and in need of a purpose. But they aren't exactly friendly to strangers. However, he had a different way of getting their attention. After demonstrating the power of Keener's Eclipse virus, the Outcasts were more than happy to throw in their support. As per Keener's instructions, Hornet set up at Tidal Basin with his new army of Outcasts. He was responsible for continuing the production of the Eclipse virus and getting them ready to be sent out across the country. But Hornet's rogue agents weren't exactly the most subtle in their movements. Division agents had no problem tracking them down and eliminating them, eventually exposing his location. Hornet did his best to organize his new Outcast recruits and get his supplies of Eclipse virus moved out of the city, but the agents were pushing through the compound too quickly. Hornet attempted to slow them down by releasing some of the Eclipse virus around the base. However, it was too late. Agents were able to clear the Outcast forces, and then Hornet, and a stockpile of Eclipse virus. Black Tusk Specialist Unit Leader, Barton Schaefer, has been tasked with working alongside the recently turned rogue, Fei Lau. She has provided him with 4 rogue agents, but he is having his doubts, and shares his concerns with Black Tusk leader, Natalia Sokolova. But Natalia shakes it off, saying that this is an opportunity for Fei and her rogues to prove their worth, as well as keeping her business partners happy. She orders Schaefer to handle the responsibility, as it was him who brought Fei into the Black Tusk in the first place. During the operation, Schaefer continued to receive unreasonable requests from these rogue agents, until he eventually decided it was time to contact Fei Lau. They would end up organizing a meeting on Coney Island to discuss the operation and the growing expenses. In the meantime, Schaefer's rogues are being hunted down by the division, with the assistance of someone or something that refuses to stop and talk, and instead opts to disappear after each encounter. From the outside, the Schaefer and Fei meeting appeared as a setup to kill Fei. But regardless from what it was intended to be used for, SHD agents would soon crash the party before anything was able to go down. They would invade Coney Island, rapidly working their way through the Rikers stationed there, and meet face to face with the entity that was responsible for helping with hunting down the rogue agents. This asset, or operative, would be taken down by the agents, but he was known by Schaefer and Natalia. In fact, he seemed to be working with them. The agents would then turn their attention to Schaefer. After engaging with some of the most elite BTS units in their ranks, agents were able to catch up with them, and after a short firefight, Schaefer would become severely wounded. Ilani Kelso would send in a team to retrieve and apprehend him. Currently, Schaefer is at the White House, where he remains in a coma. Agents finally discover intel on Fei Lau's whereabouts. Given her prominence within the agency, her actions in turning her back on the division make her more than just another rogue target. For the agents, this is personal. After taking down a team of rogues, they would find out that she is at Camp White Oak with President Ellis. But by the time the agents get there, Fei has assassinated Ellis and is attempting to escape the compound via helicopter. Blaming the division for Ellis's death, she is surrounded by a large contingent of Black Tusk forces. Before she is able to leave, the agents catch up with her and disable her transport. Fei is now forced to engage in a fight against the agents she once worked so closely with. Fei Lau would eventually be killed by the agents, but after her death, they would discover that not everything was what it seemed. Audio logs left behind by Fei would explain that everything she has been doing is for the greater good of the division and the country. Her plan was to gain trust within the Black Tusk and work her way up their ranks to put herself in a position where she could take them apart from the inside. And her first target was President Ellis. She needed everything to look authentic and needed to appear as if she was just another agent defecting from the division. So for this reason, she couldn't let anyone know what she was doing. On top of this, she was working closely with Barton Schaefer, who had lost faith in the direction the Black Tusk was headed. As Natalia's #1 man in the BTSU, he holds a large amount of intel on what Natalia and McManus are planning. But unfortunately for now, he is still in a coma from his engagement with the division. When the JTF was assembled in Washington, D.C., Captain Lewis would be placed under the command of Colonel Antoine Ridgway. When Ridgway stopped taking orders from above and started taking matters into his own hands, Lewis was one of the soldiers who would stay loyal to his cause, rebranding themselves as the True Sons. After Ridgway's death at the hands of the division, General Anderson would take the reins. Anderson would eventually have Lewis carry out an operation in D.C. They were hunting for something, and they'd now found it. Lewis and his men head to the Jefferson Trade Center immediately, and this is where the division would catch up with him, except he is all alone, the last member of his team. Lewis would explain that there is something much larger at play here, and regardless of their differences, they should team up to bring it down. Although they don't necessarily trust him, the agents agree. The division, along with Lewis, get to work taking down the Black Tusk who have taken hold of the site. While in there, Lewis warns the agents that the BTSU are not the biggest threat present on site. There is something far more dangerous, something he calls the Recruiter. The agents eventually take down the Black Tusk forces. The Recruiter, having done nothing but observe from a distance throughout the fight, would vanish shortly after. However, to add to the confusion, the agents would also find out that the Black Tusk soldier who was commanding this operation had an agent watch on him, with ISAC detecting an agent status. The agents pushed Lewis for answers, but he would simply tell them to get in contact with him when they'd finally caught up with what was happening around them. This operation also reveals and confirms the cooperation between Natalia Sokolova and Kelvin McManus. McManus turns out to be the Secretary of Homeland Security, and he has his own personal unit of covert special operatives, known as the Hunters. Being Homeland Security, McManus is not only aware of the SHD from its very earliest of days, but is somewhat responsible for them.
Hey, Agent. Unless you need a powder shower, you might want to move your ass.
You were right. Lewis may be a problem.
I'm glad you agree, General. Watch him.
And see what he does next.
Who better to lead you to the rat's nest than a rat?
General Anderson has come to the realization that the True Sons are no match for the Division or the Black Tusk, so has reached out to Natalia Sokolova in an attempt to team up. Natalia sends out a team of Black Tusk operatives to assess and work out the viability of this potential new alliance. However, in the background, Manny and Captain Lewis have been communicating. Prior to more recent events, Manny and Lewis worked alongside each other in the JTF, all the way up until the day that Colonel Antoine Ridgway turned his back on the government. The JTF around Ridgway were faced with a choice: to fall back to other JTF units, or to join his new band, calling themselves the True Sons, in turn becoming an enemy of the country. Manny fell back, keeping to his oath, while Lewis sided with Ridgway, agreeing that things needed to be done differently if the country was going to survive. However now, after Ridgway's death, although Lewis still feels that what he did was justified, under Anderson, things have now changed, and he wants to help put a stop to Anderson and Natalia's plans. He has managed to find at least 100 True Sons so far who are willing to follow him and team up with the Division to take Anderson down. But unfortunately for him, Anderson and Natalia are onto him and have been watching for a while before he was able to move out. Captain Lewis and the majority of his True Sons were rounded up and either locked away or executed. After the Division had finished dealing with Natalia's Black Tusk operatives, who were sent to assess the True Sons, the agents would discover General Anderson's location at the Pentco Fairview power plant, where he had a meeting planned with Natalia Sokolova. Agents would make their way to the reactor. There, Lewis had been locked away in the office, and the compound is on fire. Division agents were successful in locating the valves and reactivating the sprinklers, rescuing Lewis in the process. But with little warning, Lewis took off in pursuit of Anderson. However, Anderson had already made it to the docks when Natalia had arrived with a fleet of hovercrafts. The agents would meet up with Lewis in the parking lot, where a helicopter was waiting to extract them.
Agent Kelso to Captain Lewis.
Go for Lewis.
Need confirmation. Is Anderson in your custody?
Negative. The Black Tusk have the general.
I'll send a team to intercept.
No, negative. It's not worth the risk. There's a fleet of Black Tusk hovercraft. This fog is the only reason why your extraction team is still breathing.
How well do you know Natalia Sokolova?
Not that well. I don't think anyone does. We've only met once. She was not what I expected.
Thank you and your boys for the assist. I look forward to working with you now that we're partners.
She looks like the president of the PTA, but you can tell she's dangerous.
Now there is the slight hiccup that the Division took the plant. But I'm not concerned. They've most likely moved on to their next assignment.
Nothing she does is random. She raises her eyebrow at dinner in Monaco when you're hearing about an assassination in Tahiti. You should never underestimate that woman.
We'll regroup and take back what is rightfully ours. My true sons are at your disposal and ready to follow your orders.
Excellent. Let's get to work.
We got used to winning, to defeating our enemies, or turning them to our cause. But now they have their own alliance, led by Sokolova. And if the mastermind of the Black Tusk is coming to Washington, it will be to eliminate the division. That's why she needs Stovepipe. They don't care about the cost. Only who wins.
After the events at the Pink Cove Fairview power plant, the Black Tusk and the True Sons have successfully built their alliance and are now working together to destroy the division once and for all. Stovepipe and his team are tasked with gathering intel in the White House. This would lead to them finding out that Barton Schaefer is still alive. On top of this, Natalia Sokolova appears to have her own plans in place that she is keeping from her team. It has something to do with radiation and dirty bombs. While she is denying it, her intentions are clear. It would eventually be discovered that Stovepipe had been building a base with mortar launchers on Coney Island. Agents realized that this could be her plan, to launch a dirty bomb attack on New York City, so they quickly make their way over there to put a stop to it. However, when agents arrived on the island, it was quiet. They would discover that Stovepipe was dead, and that the whole operation was a trap. From a nearby Black Tusk hovercraft, a swarm of drones, quadcopters, mini-tanks, automated turrets, and EMPs would be launched onto the agent's location. Fighting through and clearing the island, Torres was able to make it to their location and extract them. However, this is when the true depth of this situation really came to light. It turns out that Natalia had figured out that the division were listening into their comms, and decided to use this to lure the agents away while she organized an attack on the White House. So while the agents were distracted and away on Coney Island, looking for something that didn't exist, the Black Tusk rolled in. Their main target, Barton Schaefer. The SHD network has once again been taken down, but thanks to a mobile SHD server, agents are still able to communicate and use SHD tech. Fighting through the Black Tusk, they meet up with Kelso.
All clear. Shit.
Echo detected.
It should really be me. We don't have much time. Get Schaefer to the panic room. I'll hold him off as long as I can. Thank you, friend. Who knows? Maybe we'll be eating your famous ceviche and drinking the best toilet wine the castle has to offer before sundown. I really hope so. Thank you, friend. Eyes on the target. Confirmation. Eliminate or acquire?
Eliminate.
Copy that.
Sit rep.
Taking hostile fire! Down 2 men!
Squad leader, come in. Status report. Come in, squad leader. God damn it. Agent, execute.
Fred? We need to get Schaefer settled and secure. He was the target.
What happened to the network?
Black Tusk used some tech to exploit the defenses. Overheard someone say the countermeasures worked perfectly. Whatever Black Tusk did, they did it remotely and they shut down the entire network. Okay. Give me a hand. 3, 2, 1.
Can we still use our tech?
As long as we have a mobile shade server. It's limited range and air-gapped. They'd have to upload directly onto the server to disable it. Okay, down. We need to figure out how much the network went down. If it was a local or global attack.
But we have the servers. We should be okay, right?
It's a tourniquet when someone's blown your leg off.
I'll get the defenses back online.
I'll take care of Sleeping Beauty.
Servers connected. Perimeter defense is back online.
Okay. Isaac?
I'll check in with New York, make sure they're still up.
If Black Tusk can take out the global network remotely, we're finished.
I need to talk to Roy.
Hope you're worth it, Schaefer.
Most of the attackers have either left or been killed. JTF bodies line the floor, and this includes Captain Lewis, who sacrificed himself so that Manny and Schaefer could make it to a panic room. They know that Schaefer was the target, and while they were unsuccessful in taking him, the Black Tusk still managed to take the perfusion bioreactor and several key personnel. The next step is to get the White House defenses back online. As long as they have the mobile SHD server, while limited in range, their tech and comms are working. But they also need to find out whether this SHD network blackout is just local or is in fact a global shutdown.
Black Tusk have them. You've confirmed it?
Sokolova left a message for you.
I don't want to hear anything she has to say. We need to do a head count.
Already done. We're missing 8.
3 at the White House.
We know about Cindy. Who else is missing?
Chernenko and the strategist.
Shit.
Yeah.
Where's Kelso?
Went back to New York. You doing okay? I know you and Fred were close.
We were just friends. I was your brother. Are you okay?
No. No, I'm not. Hey, Ransom. Hell. Okay. So sorry, girl.
I'm gonna go check in with the scouts.
Here. Here you go. I'm so sorry, girl. Agent, gear up. Black Tusk has hostages. We need to get our people back.
While Sokolova's mission to extract BTSU leader Barden Schaefer was derailed by Captain Frederick Lewis's heroic sacrifice, the devastating Black Tusk assault on the White House led to several key personnel being forcibly abducted. Division agents embarked on a series of rescue missions. Among the first to be saved and relocated to the castle settlement were John Yazzie, Eva Garcia, Lauren Fong, and Dr. Mitchell Billings. However, rescuing Manny Ortega's pregnant girlfriend, Mari Singh, proved more challenging. Her location was eventually traced to the Manning National Zoo, where fierce combat against the Black Tusk forces ensued. After a successful rescue, Mari was also brought to the castle. During these missions, the division identified Vikram Malik as a key figure who could help unravel Sokolova's plans. It was also during this time that division agents uncovered a hidden NSA facility housing the Descent program, an augmented reality combat simulator designed by Ortiz Robotics. This is a location where agents can engage in simulated battles against enemies from various factions, including a chilling adversary resembling the late Aaron Keener. Additionally, this would lead to the discovery of audio logs detailing Ortiz Robotics' connections to Calvin McManus, Natalia Sokolova, ISAC, Anna, and the Division itself.
Agent, what's the worst thing you've seen in the last year? The dollar flu? Hostiles, destroying any sense of progress we've made? Natalia Sokolova? Agent, the people we are sworn to protect rely on us. And we've failed them. Rogue agents are nothing compared to the threats you are about to face. It's time you met the recruiter.
You should be resting.
This is my job. Go do your job. Go get our people back, Manny. If you're not gonna do that, you're not the man I thought you were.
I love you.
I love you too. Go. Do your job. Before it's too late.
Manny, come in. This is Agent Johnson. I've got a lead on the recruiter.
This is Manny. Good to hear from you, Agent Johnson. It's been a while. Honestly, I thought you were dead.
Yeah, I get that a lot. I was following up on a lead about the Arnolds and got word the recruiter was moving Vic to a secure location.
That's great. At least we know they're still alive.
If the rumors are true, Sokolova is putting them to work. She's not interested in assassinating them so much as what they can do for her.
I'm not sure which is worse. She thinks she can turn our people to her side, or that it might be working. Agent, get ready. We have a lead.
After rescuing Mari Singh and the initial group of hostages, Division agents shifted their focus to locating the remaining captives in an effort to uncover Natalia Sokolova's plans against the Division. Among those still missing was Vikram Malik, a former associate of Sokolova. Rescuing Malik was the key to gaining insight into her larger schemes. As part of their mission, the agents also set their sights on the recruiter. Eliminating the recruiter would help reveal his role in the Black Tusk operations and the secrets behind his motives and methods of recruitment. Shortly after Mari Singh and her fellow civilians were safely recovered, Agent Brian Johnson, who has been missing for a long time, re-emerged to assist in the ongoing efforts. With his help, the Division rescued additional hostages held by the Black Tusk, including Cindy McAllister, Mel Arnold, Jack Arnold, and Vikram Malik. The focus then shifted to Camp White Oak, where the agents were tasked with rescuing Vikram Malik's sister, Birdie. However, the mission at Camp White Oak took a shocking turn. It was revealed that Agent Johnson was the recruiter all along, using his position to manipulate operations and attempt an escape with the mobile SHD server. During the confrontation, Johnson claimed that he and the Hunters were taking the necessary actions, accusing the Division of going rogue by aligning with Agent Kelso. With the help of Birdie, who utilized countermeasures and mortars, the Division defeated Johnson and secured the mobile SHD server.
Agent, you can't beat him with your tech. I have a workaround. Give me a minute.
Birdie, what are you doing?
Don't worry about it, Mr. Recruiter.
Birdie, you know me.
Huh. I know you're full of shit and will do anything for the mission.
Damn it, Birdie. You know what we're up against.
I do. Agent, get clear.
Birdie!
System malfunctioning.
Loser!
System restored.
Oh, you're making a mistake! Clever girl.
However, the victory was overshadowed by unease. Johnson's betrayal and revelations raised unsettling questions about the division's integrity and the growing infiltration of hunters within their ranks. Suspicion and fear loomed as agents questioned whether even trusted allies like Kelso could truly be relied upon.
You never know. Go to bed. You see conspiracies where they don't exist. How well do you really know her? Good night. Why did she really go back to New York? Oh, we are so fucked.
Citizens of the United States, my name is Natalia Sokolova. Some of you may have heard that I am working with the...
Manny, come in. Kelso's missing. We need to find her.
Copy that.
Agent have John call Bell. They need you in New York.
To clarify the tenure of our relationship.
I hope you're not back to steal my dog. Okay, jeez. You can have the dog.
It's really good to see you, Roy.
Good to see you too, kid. Welcome. Hey, you tell her about the dog?
What about the dog? Is he sick?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just, we thought he was a German Shepherd puppy, but it's been 3 months and he hasn't gotten any bigger yet. Probably some kind of mutt. Don't matter. He's cute as hell and never pees on the carpet. He can stay.
God, I miss this.
You okay, kid?
Not really, no.
You look tired. We kept your room in the basement. You're welcome to stay as long as you like.
Thank you, Paul.
Go get some sleep. You look like shit. Yeah, and for all the sakes, please, take a shower and put on some new clothes. You reach, kid.
Welcome back, Cassandra. Cassandra? Vanguard left you a present. Follow the breadcrumbs to claim your prize. Who the fuck is Vanguard?
Following Agent Johnson's defeat and the shocking revelation that he was the recruiter for the Hunter program, distrust began to loom over the Division agents. Acting under Manny's direction, Division agents were dispatched back to New York to track down Kelso and uncover her motives. Haven's security footage provided the first clue. Kelso, while recovering, had left Haven to follow a trail prompted by Anna. The agents scoured Lower Manhattan, eliminating Black Tusk squads sent to intercept Kelso. In the financial district, they uncovered footage of Kelso investigating a safe house. The echo in the safe house revealed a shocking twist. A message from rogue agent Aaron Keener intended for Cassandra, which turned out to be the codename for Agent Faye Lau. The footage confirmed that Faye had been secretly working together with Keener to destroy the Black Tusk and Hunters. However, Kelso, attempting to open a specialized SHD crate in the safe house, was shocked unconscious. Later, Kelso's location was pinged at the stranded tanker in Battery Park. Division agents raced against time, fighting through Black Tusk and True Sun's forces under direct orders from Natalia to capture Cassandra. Inside the tanker, the SHD crate was located. At Kelso's insistence, the agents attempted to open it, but suffered the same fate, and were shocked and rendered unconscious. When they came to, they discovered Aaron Keener, apparently alive, cloning the Anna system to his watch. He effortlessly bypassed the crate security, retrieved a briefcase from within, and disappeared alongside Kelso and Theo Parnell in a van, bound for Brooklyn.
Unknown network detected.
Agent, glad you could make it. It's really good to see you.
Vanguard identification confirmed. Rogue network activated. Agent status, rogue.
What do you say, Agent? You ready to see how far down the rabbit hole really goes?
System clone complete. I've missed you, Vanguard. Welcome back, sir.
we're set.
This is gonna be fun.
Upon returning to Haven, the agents uncovered an audio log left by Keener. In it, he revealed that he had clearly faked his death on Liberty Island. It would later be discovered that Theo Parnell had discovered a way to manipulate what the agents could see through using the simulation technology used in Descent. He also declared that the Division was compromised. Believing his cause was just, he invited the Division agents to join his crusade, just as Kelso and Fei Lao had.
What do you believe, Agent? What's the truth? That Lau was a traitor? That Kelso has betrayed you? And that I am your enemy? A friend. An ally. You want the truth, Agent? Real, no more lies. You might not like these. Come find me.
Division agents receive a cryptic message from Anna. She directs them to claim a prize left for them in the White House server room. Upon investigating, the agents uncover a recording from Keener himself. He announces his presence in DC, offering a chance to meet up. However, he refuses to recruit them outright. Instead, he proposes a series of 4 trials, designed to test their loyalty and, by the end, help them understand who the real threat to the Division truly is. As the agents progress through the trials, key intel is uncovered. It is revealed that Bridget Douglas, aka Viper, has been looking to move on from Natalia Sokolova and the Black Tusk. But working alongside Keener, she decided that staying on would allow her to provide more value to his mission. Other intel includes details about Calvin McManus's Hunter roster and the infrastructure that Keener and his rogues had secretly established in Brooklyn. It was also revealed that people were recruited into the Hunter program even before the Division was fully activated, and that McManus authorized the Hunter program as a failsafe to eliminate agents if they ever became a liability. After completing the trials, Division agents are directed to the Federal Emergency Bunker, where they engage Black Tusk personnel who intercepted their comms and were also looking for Keener. After fighting through, the agents finally encounter Keener, who reveals that the bunker contains Anna gear intended for his recruits. However, before they could proceed, an experimental warhound and waves of striker drones intervene. Fighting together, Keener and the agents are successful in removing the threat. Keener retrieves the Anna gear case and leaves the bunker to meet Manny in person.
I guess we should add destroy experimental warhound to your resume. Well done, Agent. Anna, we're ready to go.
Granting access to the rabbit hole escape route. Glad you are still with us, Vanguard.
You go ahead and do the Division thing, salvage whatever you think might be useful. I need to meet Manny. I don't want to keep him waiting. I look forward to working with you, Agent. See you soon.
Agent, your trials are over. Return to the White House to claim your prize.
When the agents return to the White House, they are summoned by Manny to the basement, where Keener has been placed in custody. Keener agrees to cooperate under Manny's terms, which included surrendering all of his gear and weapons, leaving him only with his watch. He is to remain in custody until Kelso is found and able to vouch for him. During his time in custody, Keener provides Manny with startling intel about the Cabal, a shadowy organization of powerful elites to which Natalia Sokolova belongs. Keener claims that Calvin McManus is merely a lackey, aspiring to join the Cabal. Although skeptical, Manny begins to consider the possibility that there is a larger conspiracy at play.
think you know me? Theo, the hacker. Agent Parnell, the grieving son. The rogue. Before we meet, you need to know the real me. I want to trust you, but you've already killed me once.
Aaron Keener, the rogue agent who has long been a thorn in the Division's side, has done the unthinkable. He has willingly surrendered and is now in custody at the White House. However, true to his manipulative nature, Keener has made it clear that his cooperation comes with conditions. Before he divulges the critical information that he possesses, he demands that the Division assist him in locating and securing members of his team, starting with Theo Parnell. Theo, the master of Anna, is a brilliant yet reclusive tech genius whose distrust of the Division runs deep. Much like Keener before him, Theo refuses to collaborate without proof of the Division's capabilities and intentions. To earn his trust, agents must overcome a series of trials he has designed. His knowledge and skill set also represent a potential turning point for the Division. If the agents succeed in bringing Parnell into the fold, his technological prowess could become an invaluable asset, enhancing their capabilities and possibly shifting the balance of power in their favor. Winning over Theo will not only require skill, intellect, and determination, but also navigating the moral complexities of collaborating with Keener, a man whose motives and ultimate agenda remain shrouded in doubt. The Division must tread carefully as they attempt to secure Theo, knowing that failure could strengthen the enemy and leave them vulnerable to whatever Keener might have planned next. Intel gathered throughout reveals how Theo learned of Anna and that she is not just a tool, but a complex system capable of altering perceptions, manipulating environments, and simulating entire realities. Theo learns to piece together the bigger picture, realizing that Anna and the simulation may hold the key to understanding everything he's encountered so far, and possibly the means to alter the course of their reality, but also how it could be used for Keener's plans. Keener reveals a plan to exploit the simulation to manipulate the SHD agent, crafting illusions that would make him see only what Keener and Theo want them to see. The simulation, paired with ISAC's reliance on mobile SHD servers, would allow them to alter reality in a way that even ISAC's powerful systems couldn't distinguish from the truth. By this point, the implications of their conversation become clear. Placing the timeline from just before the events of Warlords of New York, it's evident that this is how Keener, Theo, and potentially other rogue operatives orchestrated their apparent deaths. By leveraging the simulation program alongside mobile SHD servers, they created fabricated data and visuals that tricked ISAC into perceiving and relaying false information to SHD agents. This revelation underscores the staggering power of the simulation program and highlights how Keener's strategic brilliance, paired with Theo's knowledge, enabled them to outmaneuver the SHD and stage their disappearance. It also sets the stage for a deeper conspiracy, and that the simulation's capabilities are far more dangerous than previously imagined. Referring to the Scantech contact lenses worn by agents, these augmented reality lenses serve as the interface for the simulation, seamlessly overlaying fabricated visuals into the agent's field of vision. As long as the agents were wearing the lenses, the simulation would appear indistinguishable from reality. The distortion would not be noticeable in the heat of combat or under high-stress situations, where the mind fills in the gaps subconsciously. This insight revealed the cunning and manipulative precision behind their plan. Keener and Theo were not only exploiting the agents' reliance on SHD technology, but also weaponizing it against them. By controlling what the agents could see and interact with, they were turning the SHD's most advanced tools into a trap, forcing agents to fight on Keener's terms while feeding them a false narrative. This about sums up everything that has happened in the Division up until now, but the story is far from over. Although the Division have managed to stop a number of Black Tusk operations and have captured or killed a lot of their leadership, up until this point, it has barely slowed their movements. And then there is this organization called the Cabal. While the Black Tusk have the troops on the ground, it's likely that this organization is the one who are calling the shots. Plus, of course, we can't completely rely on Keener. Who really knows what his true intentions are? Despite the length of this video, I would still consider this as a brief overview of the story. For example, I'm not overly happy with how the Manhunt and Seasons portion ended up. The basic story premise is there, but there is so much detail that I haven't gone into. Like I said in a post a little while ago, I worked out that I have enough content to work with to make a 20+ hour video on the Seasons alone. I'd also like to add the novels and other multimedia content. I'm actually going to treat this as somewhat of a live document. I'm going to continue to add to it as new seasons play out, but also expand on areas I feel are far too light. But at least now I have some good foundations to work with. However, for now, I've linked some of the season's videos in the description, if you wanted to get into more detail. There is approximately 8 hours worth of information there. Anyway, as always, thank you very much for your viewership, and I'll catch you in the next one. Extremis Malus, Extrema Remedia.